we get ready for a full day of professional racing. Brad Sona here alongside Lauren Hall as we get ready to take a look at a new course here in Charleston. Lauren, after several years down in Knoxville, I'm excited to see how this new course plays out this year.
No doubt, Brad. 95 starters today and right into Bridge Road Climb. And everyone has already been talking about this race is going to go from the gun, hard as possible. So we've already got riders lined up ready to go.
Yeah, this one is really broken into two major climbs. The women will do 6 laps on the circuit, but it's 2 climbs on each lap, so really 12 climbs total. But the first one comes just a few kilometers in, and we've talked to a lot of team directors and riders that are saying that initial selection could come on lap number 1. So it will be crucial to be on your toes and on your game for the early part of this race.
The beauty of being locked out of my hotel room for 4 hours, I got to talk to everyone pre-race essentially last night, riders, directors, and yes, this has been the talk of the weekend right now, is talking about the Bridge Road Climb and the start of this race.
Well, perfect conditions for racing today. High temperature forecast, just over 80 degrees. The rain should hold off, unlike our unfortunate Criterium racers on Friday night who got absolutely soaked here in downtown Charleston. But we are thinking that this one is going to stay dry for the most part today. Currently 61 degrees out there. There's some fog along the river. That should burn off, and we should be in for a good day of racing. Lauren, these are great conditions for a long day of racing here.
Absolutely perfect start to the day, 60 degrees, and yeah, there are talks about the later half of the day, the later half of this race, too, for the women, and fueling properly is going to be key.
Let's talk about some of the top names in this field. I think you got to look at last year's podium. Second and third place returning. Defending champion Chloe Dygert is not back to race, so we'll be looking for Corinne Lebecki, the winner of Friday night's Criterium, to add her 74th national championship. She'll be looking to add a 75th after a second place last year. Skylar Schneider also back, third place on last year's podium. She'll be back with her squad wearing number 6 for the Miami Blazers. There's also a lot of big names on this list that are going to be some wild cards, a lot of 2s and 3s with smaller teams. We talked about some of the European riders coming over. Any big names on this list that you're keeping an eye on?
Heck yes. Human Powered Health, Ruth Edwards, Lily Williams, 2 outstanding riders that I'm looking for. And of course, Kristen Faulkner, EF Education, Easy Post. Kristen just lost out on the TT, and I know she had been gunning for that. That was on Wednesday, so look for her to be lighting this race up.
And then, of course, the numbers of DNA Pro Cycling, Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024, they're going to be a major factor purely by the depth of their roster. They're going to have a lot more cards to play than some of these smaller Euro-based teams.
No, you're exactly right, and it's always about the numbers game if you can get into the break and how you set that break up, and like you're saying, that numbers game. And yeah, we'll see if DNA can get a couple of riders in there. Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 also looking to get up the road. So, and we can't count out Fount Cycling. Yeah. Oh my gosh, what a surprise Friday night. That was a lovely race.
Fount almost getting there with Elizabeth Dixon taking a daring solo flyer in the Criterium. She was caught inside the last 30 meters before the line, maybe less than that, by Corinne Lebecki. So I think Fount is going to have a little chip on their shoulder. That certainly gives you a little extra motivation after getting caught at the line like that.
I was talking to Heidi Franz, Life Plus Wahoo, and yeah, pre-race, and she was just talking about yeah, Elizabeth kind of played her cards early and came up a bit short. But, yeah, I would imagine that Elizabeth will be out there today of Fount Cycling up the road and trying to go for a win.
Corinne Lebecki didn't give us much information after her Criterium on Friday night, but we'll see if she can come back and add another national championship to her resume as we're just a few minutes away from a race start. We're going to take a quick break here on FloBikes, and when we come back, we'll have the start of your Elite Women's Road National Championships.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I've met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
You've got a premium carbon frame, like Van Aert. So aerodynamic it defies the laws of physics. And a smooth group set, like Van der Poel. Shifting, braking, precisely. You've got the same fast wheels as Vingegaard, with the matte black finish, like Marianne Vos. You've got a sleek helmet like Romain Bardet, cutting through the air like a falcon. And the coolest kit on the peloton, like Carapaz. And the passion and courage of Cannonball Cavendish. Yeah, you got it all. But you haven't got the cotton tires the pros ride. Until now.
Looking at the start line where we are about to meet some of the top riders in this field, getting ready for our call-ups to start the day here. Lauren, this is one of the few road races in the world where a call-up probably matters here with the climb coming so early into the race. It's very rare that a call-up would matter in a road race, but it's going to matter here.
No doubt, and we've seen these riders here already. We had Human Powered Health basically lined up, warming up on their trainers right at the start line. So that is not normal, I would say, per se, for this race. So here we are having these call-ups. Yes, it's extremely important for today's stage.
It looks like they're going to bring Corinne Lebecki up first after winning the Criterium National Championships on Friday. She'll be looking to add her 75th National Championship today for EF Education Cannondale.
Yeah, I don't think this course totally suits Corinne. Looked for her to do some early work for her teammates.
Well, her teammate Kristen Faulkner going to get a call up right next to her in the pink jersey there. Another EF Education Cannondale rider on the front row, maybe better suited for Faulkner here.
Yeah, 100%. These are power climbs, and this suits Kristen Faulkner to the T.
Then comes Skylar Schneider, third place last year, now riding for the Miami Blazers team. Schneider can do this one today. She can climb and sprint. So if this comes down to a scenario like last year where we had a small group coming to the line together, I wouldn't be surprised to see Schneider able to go to the line here.
Not at all. She was there last year in that select group. She was definitely right on Chloe's wheel last year, so we'll see if she can repeat.
This is actually Samantha Scott up next. I'm not sure if Natalie Quinn didn't take the start or missed the call-up, but Scott up next for the Lotto Destiny ladies team. She'll be another big factor to look out for. And then Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 with Emma Langley starting here. They've got a lot of cards to play on that team. There's 3 or 4 riders that could be major factors on these climbs for Virginia's Blue Ridge.
Oh, 100%. Shayna Palace, Shayna is on DNA Pro Cycling, but yes, Emma Langley is definitely someone we're going to key in on. Emily Ulrich also on that team.
And then Lauren Stevens up next for Siniska Cycling, your 2023 gravel national champion. Stevens has been having a great season as well. Redlands, Gila, all going well for some early season American road racing.
And someone else that missed out on the TT that is looking for today for a good result.
Ruth Edwards up next for the Human Powered Health team. These two were all over the front in the criteria. I'm talking about Edwards and her teammate next to her, Lily Williams. How do they pick who's going to be the leader in that duo?
Both of them just have to make the break, and then from there have the conversation. Equally strong. Lily had such a great spring season, and calm, cool, and collected this morning.
They're also going to give Veronica Ewers a call up, the next EF Education Cannondale rider, making her way up on the left side of the line there. Chloe Patrick also going to get a call up for Siniska Cycling, your U23 Criterium National Champion. This is a real talent to remember. Get used to hearing Chloe Patrick's name.
Agreed, Brad. I think Chloe has a long future ahead of her. Good morning, Lauren. Let's wake up. Yeah, and looking at Veronica Ewers, EF right there, I would imagine that she's going to be a workhorse for Kristen Faulkner today.
And then CCB, Levine Law Group, also going to get a couple call-ups. They'll start with Betty Haase, number 46, and then Lizzie Gonzalez also going to get a call-up. Nice to see some young talent on the front row here. A U23 cyclocross national champion in 2023, so we'll be looking for those kind of pink and blue jerseys of CCB racing.
These days, Brad, you have to be an all-around athlete and do all the different disciplines, and why not? It's a good way to kind of stay focused in training throughout the season and throughout the year.
Talked about the Life Plus Wahoo team. Heidi Franz getting the next call up into the second row here. We're running into the same real estate issue that we did earlier, but hey, it's a good problem to have when you have this much talent in your pro women's peloton.
Heidi is such a strong rider. She was on the podium last year, top 5 last year. Definitely looking for her to have a good day today.
So that is Franz in the green kind of tie-dye Life Plus Wahoo jersey. Then it was Nicole Steinmetz getting a call up for Siniska Pro Cycling. DNA putting Michaela McPherson up on the front. And then it was Ella Brenneman, the next CCB Levine Law Group rider. That's another really strong young talent. Keep your eye on number 43. Olivia Cummins also getting a call up to the front row. And then Sabrina Hayes for the CCB Levine Law Group along with her teammate Cassidy Hickey. And then Kayla Davis rounding out the call-ups here on the front row. So 21 riders getting a call up here.
That's a lot of call-ups, but that's all right. Look for DNA Pro Cycling to have Michaela McPherson today.
All right, sounds like we are just about ready to get started, but before we begin, we'll pause for the singing of our national anthem. Well, Lauren, there's always something special about the national championships here, and the national anthem just hits a little harder on national championship morning, doesn't it?
These jerseys are coveted jerseys in your career, and today is going to be a great day. A worthy winner.
Riders getting their final instructions right now. Not much you can tell them. 6 laps, 127K, fastest rider wins.
Pretty much, and maybe where the feed zone is and when feeding opens and closes.
All right, they're getting ready to send them off. A reminder, we will award our U23 champion in this field, very similar to how we did the criterium races. So you'll hear us talk about the U23 battle and the elite battle as we get ready to roll in the 2024 USA Cycling Road National Championships. We are now just 127K away from having a new national champion.
Chloe Patrick straight to the front for her teammate Lauren Stevens.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about everyone was so nervous about this first climb coming right out the gate essentially. So I would imagine that everyone has warmed up, which isn't totally a normal thing to do before a road race. You do warm up before your criterium because it's a shorter race, but you know, you're thinking 127 kilometers. I'm gonna get warmed up, but I would think a lot of these women have already been tapping into that central nervous system, waking up this morning, getting ready for this first bridge road climb.
Yeah, so this is the turn onto the bridge here, and basically as soon as they get over this bridge, they start climbing out of the river valley up from the Kanawha River.
Brad, they're climbing right now.
Yeah. Got a little step up just to get on the bridge, the elevation to get them over the river, and you can see why Chloe Patrick is bringing Lauren Stevens to the front so early. The other part of the climb, it's also relatively narrow. It'll be easy to get caught out in the back of that group, and so just the positioning being inside the top, let's say 20, going to be super important when they get onto the narrow section here. We'll see it here in just a bit, but you can see how steep some of these climbs are just leaving the river here. And here we go, right into it. Lauren Stevens going to take to the front, out of the saddle, and set the tempo early.
Fountain Cycling also making their way right to Lauren's wheel, essentially up beside her, and right behind Lauren is EF Education.
Doesn't look like anyone quite ready to attack this group yet, but they are making sure that they move up and hold on to that position. You see these riders on the left side of the picture, just making sure that you're not caught out in the wrong place. This is an easy place to make a mistake early on and think, I'm just going to sit in, I'm going to relax, but it's, again, it's not you, it's the rider in front of you or in front of them that lets a gap open up, and now it's your problem.
And there will be some riders struggling already on this climb right out the start of this race, because there's going to be more sprinters than climbers, and this is a steep, long climb. 2.1 Ks, 5.5% average, peaks out at 22%, Brad. I mean, this is, oh man, you know, so you can get called out. Some will get called out, and if you're anywhere near someone that's struggling in the beginning of this race, yeah, you have to put forth such an effort just to move up, when this is the product of that right here. So if you are a potentially good climber or potentially good qualifier for today's race, like, you're in a bad position back here.
So one of the bigger differences here than Knoxville the past few years, even if you're not a great climber, it's really hard to even be there and contribute. Like, there are a few riders that would be able to hang for 3 or 4 laps on the climbs, contribute to their team, and try and help out the team leader before they blew up. But we're going to see a lot of riders that they blow up on lap 1, and they won't even be there to try and help the team for the rest of the day.
Exactly, and that's why Lauren Stevens wasn't going to go from the gun. She's essentially going to want to keep her teammates as long as possible to stack those numbers in her favor.
You see all the major teams making their way forward. Here comes DNA getting some numbers up there. Siniska checking back in after Chloe Patrick dropped off Lauren Stevens to the front. And EF Cannondale continuing to set tempo up there in the pink jersey. Seems like that's going to be a story for a lot of the day today. Typically we get a pretty good feel for who's in charge of this field, and it's looking like maybe Siniska, EF, and Fountain going to be our 3 big players today.
Yep, and followers are going to be Skylar Schneider, Alexis Magner. Corinne is there, just trying to, like I said, this isn't, I wouldn't say this is not Corinne's type of course. She's already got another national championship for her this weekend and for her team. She's just going to try and follow over these climbs as much as possible and be a good teammate for her 2 other teammates. Howdy friends of Life Plus Wahoo to the right of your screens, in that green jersey, very definitive color, easy to pick out, just following wheels. Looks like Lauren DeCrescenzo on the front, more of a gravel racer these days, but she did start her career in road racing. Someone we haven't talked about yet is Lauren DeCrescenzo, and someone that will definitely be a factor, a wild card in this race today. She's super strong, great climber, and not afraid to basically just put it all out there and take her chances.
Now the mad scramble at the back to get back on. There is a flat section on this course. It's not all ups and downs.
Where is that?
They run along the river for a little bit after they come back into town. They'll do sort of a criterium circuit, and then it runs along the Kanawha River before they get to the second big climb of the day. So if there's anywhere you're going to catch on, that's going to be it. But it's only maybe 2 miles long, maybe a little more. So not a ton of opportunity for riders to catch up here.
Again, a lot of the conversation was this first climb, and then it rolls through to the second climb essentially. So it's if anybody is off the back and they're looking for flat sections, it's going to be a while.
Look over the shoulder here. Front, maybe not where you want to be right now. Look for a little bit of help.
Yeah, Lauren wants to keep this pace high, but doesn't want to do all the work by herself. The thing is once you've dropped off some of these riders off the back of the peloton, Brad, you kind of want to keep them gone, and if you sit up, that gives them a chance to get back. So we have talked about these riders and their perspective of wanting to get back, and then you go back to the front of the race and you're talking about Lauren DeCrescenzo and trying to keep the pace hard, not wanting the peloton to come all back together. She wants to play the numbers game. The less that she has to work with, the better her chances of winning.
So now working their way down. Coming off of this climb, this is our first look at a lot of this on camera. I know you had a chance to ride a little bit earlier.
I did a lap yesterday. I didn't do a lap of the course, but just in the rolling hills just outside of Charleston. It's gorgeous. It's hard. I only did 41 miles, and it was towards the end of the ride. I was thinking, wow, these are brutal roads out here. This is there's not much rest for the wicked. And Fountain Cycling to the front, also playing the numbers game. You kind of get a sense, you've been over the climb now, you get a sense for who's in the peloton, and start to get your game plan together, see how people are feeling. This isn't too early to tell if you're going to have good legs or not, but if you don't have good legs, you just basically have to hang in there and do your best and try and see if you can't come around later and, like we said, potentially catch back onto this group. But EF Education Cannondale is not waiting.
Use the descent to their advantage here. Maybe the safest place to be too. Get to the front, stay out of trouble. EF with 3 riders starting. I don't think Quinn took the start, so that's Faulkner, Ewers, and Lebecki.
Ewers is pushing the pace here a bit. Fount following, Heidi Franz jumping across to it. Human Powered Health just gonna take their time to get back to it, thinking that this isn't something technically going to go right now. This is the dropped group off the back of the peloton.
No huge surprises in this group. Again, if you're not a climber, this is not the day for you. But we'll see if this group can hang together and stay in here. Back up to the front. Well, we thought the selection was going to be made on the way up this climb, but it seems like this selection is really being made by Veronica Ewers on the way down.
Yeah, you can't really see around some of these corners with this rock wall up against the left side of the riders coming down. And it can kind of seem like a tricky descent, a little bit more of a closed road with that rock wall, that your depth perception can be thrown off just a little bit. And if you're not a comfortable descender, this can be very unnerving. Lily Williams to the front right now, kind of giving a look over her shoulder right there, seeing who's there, seeing what's become of the peloton on this first descent.
And you can see the look back over the river at downtown Charleston. And they're basically heading to a hill on the other side of the river here. group already back into town.
All one long line coming off that descent, and then it'll bunch up right here. Everyone's gonna take a sip from their bottles, kind of give a look around, shake things out.
Not for long, because Fount gonna send someone off the front here. This is the flat section that I was talking about, where everyone was supposed to recover and get back in.
Right.
I think Fount heard that plan and said, what if we try and make it a little more difficult? Problem is, no one's going with her, and this is going to just result in one rider away.
Someone else is trying to come across now. Looks like a DNA Pro Cycling, but the peloton not too keen on that.
I love the way Fount has been racing the last couple of years. So certainly one of the most aggressive teams in the American races here. Not afraid to make moves. They bring big numbers to races. And yeah, they're certainly not sitting back and letting the other teams play things out here. Siniska back up to the front. Lauren, that looks like the bike race right there.
Yeah. But no, going back to what you're saying, Brad, is Fount Cycling has been aggressive.
There you go. They're going to go again.
Yes. You know, this is kind of Jennifer Wheeler, who runs and owns this team, talks about the Joe to Pro aspect. And yes, these are not the most experienced riders in the peloton, but what do they have to lose? And the best way to learn how to race and how good of a racer you are is to be aggressive and to kind of learn your limits. And you know, you don't learn a whole lot by just following the peloton around and seeing what comes, or say who, I wonder who won, but you definitely know how get a sense for racing if you are putting yourself out there off the front, learning your competitors right there face to face.
DNA and Siniska gonna get away. Great racing on the front, aggressive early on here. DNA checking the radio, getting some info. At this point, Lauren, do you know who's left in the group? If you're a rider on the front here, are you kind of taking inventory of how many of your teammates made it over that first climb?
You should definitely be taking inventory and at least lay eyes on your teammates. And if you can have a quick conversation, it's worth having, because there is the pre-race game plan, and then the race is started, and then there can be that's gone out the window, and we're going to have race plan number 2. So all these teams have a captain on the road who basically makes the call as the race plays out, and as they've talked to their teammates to see how things are feeling and shaking out. So we'll see if things change. And yeah, DNA Pro Cycling is a team that should have numbers here in this peloton, and having that conversation on the road is crucial to your victory today. Lauren DeCrescenzo coming back up to the front. She does not have any teammates today. She is solo, but Lauren is, like I said, turned to the gravel scene, and she is very used to just racing for herself. Fount Cycling trying again. They are definitely looking for a break today. I would think that that's probably their best bet. We saw that Friday night in the Criterium. Elizabeth Dixon had such a great ride, almost taking it all the way to the line. Such heartbreak for her, but also I'd say that they definitely celebrated second place. What a great result for that team.
LA Sweat showing off their jersey up towards the front of the group as well. Nice to see they made some selections here. Sun's starting to come up, burn off that fog a little bit. Riders just going to roll past the convergence of the Kanawha and Elk rivers here before crossing the river again, heading up the climb. Corners.
All right, I think they are headed towards their next climb. Fountain cycling back to the front again. Lauren Dickersenzo right there. EF Education Cannondale sitting behind Fount, followed by Siniska. All teams represented up here.
Back to single file up here near the front. See how quickly it kicks up here. The other part about this climb, it is sort of winding, so you can lose sight of riders in front of you. If you just get 10 or 15 seconds up the road, it's really easy to get out of sight of the chasers behind you. So we'll keep an eye on that as we get ready for our second climb of the day. We're going to take another break here from Charleston, West Virginia, and we'll be back with more from the USA Cycling National Championships.
Talking about not necessarily too terribly technical in town, but from the looks of that descent coming off of the first climb of Bridge Road climb, that was a little bit technical. It seemed that some riders were in a bit of difficulty already.
Talk about the run in to the finish here. I mean, the last corner, like, is this a criterium style finish if there are 6, 8, 10 riders together?
100%. We do have enough racing in town that will prove to be a factor. You're exactly right. So that's why we keep talking about having the numbers up there, having the representation. So these few riders, I'm going to say, like your Kristen Faulkners, your Lauren Stevens, they want a couple of their teammates up there to set things up for them.
They got to survive first, though. The sprinters have to get there. Corinne Lebecki, did not have the confidence, I think, on this course that she had going into Knoxville last year. Just not sure how those climbs are going to affect her. So I think that's the big question: is how do the sprinters, or the riders that will have a sprint at the end of this climb, handle these 2 climbs per lap?
Right, and again, we're talking about sprinting, but you could say basically in this road race, the sprint is going to be more 500 meters, 1K, not your typical 150 meter sprint that we're used to seeing, especially in criterium racing.
So we should be picking up live pictures here again shortly as they just make their way up and over the top of that climb. Here you go, front of the group, as we're now starting to see some more separation here. This group was about 30 last time we saw them before we went to break, but now looks like about 10 riders into a selection here, and I think it's DeCrescenzo up there.
Yeah, right back at the front again. Like I said, she's not afraid to race her bike really hard at the front, no matter what there is to lose. And she's going to be our wild card today.
It's been an incredible career for Lauren DeCrescenzo, coming back from a TBI that nearly ended her career, but has really found an incredible, I'll call it, second half of her career. I guess there's a pre-TBI and post-TBI timeline here, but finding success in both gravel and road here. The skills translate pretty well for these long distance tough days.
No doubt. And the other riders, your EF, your DNA, they're basically going to say, you know what, thanks Lauren, we just picked up a unofficial teammate by having her on the front right now driving this pace. Human Powered Health sitting second wheel right there. And yes, this selection is getting smaller and smaller already, and we're just on the first lap.
If you're hoping for an easy day, Lauren DeCrescenzo on the front is your worst case scenario here, because this is what DeCrescenzo does. She is a long range, solid effort, constant power type of rider, and I think she's going to try and use those skills here early on to try to thin this group out. I would too. See if you can get rid of some of these World Tour teams, maybe try and get rid of one of the EF riders, get rid of some of the Siniska and Fount jerseys that were in that group, just so you're not so outnumbered. It's not 1 versus 6. 1 versus 2 or 3 is a little more manageable for someone like DeCrescenzo with no teammates.
Exactly right, and this peloton's broken up into 3 big groups right here towards the back of that third group. I do believe it will all come back together again. This is just like going to be the name of the game today. It's just this slinky effect, and this will happen lap after lap, and you just eventually run out of energy, not able to get back to that front group, and the front group will continue to go harder and harder throughout the day. So if you are struggling at the back first lap, it's going to be a long day for you. Human Powered Health right here to the front. This looks like Ruth Edwards setting pace. Ruth also coming back to the road scene. She had retired a couple of years ago, tried her hand at gravel, and decided, you know what, I really miss the road racing. Signed back on with Human Powered Health and has had a bit of a tough spring. She is coming back from a crash that she had in the spring and has been at home for a bit, and just outside of Boulder, Colorado. And her husband Zach is here today as well, so she's got her family here. It's
another one of the special elements of the national championships, one of the few races for a lot of these riders where your family can come down, you get to see them, and they get to see you actually race your bike in person instead of watching on TV at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right. This is the one place that when I was racing, my family would this was almost like a family vacation for them. It was one of the most stressful times of the year for me because I definitely wanted to split my time. I was so excited to see my family because you're right, Brad. I mean, you only get to see, you sacrifice so much as a professional athlete, and you only get to see your family once or twice a year, maybe once more. But yeah, this was, you know, such an important day on the calendar, but you also want to see your family and spend that time with them too. So such a great weekend for everybody, and we have seen in this hotel, just that's right at the start finish, how many families have you talked to, and we have had the juniors racing here, the U23 racing all week, so it's kind of been like a family-like atmosphere right here at the hotel. Everyone coming in and out. It's been really nice to see.
Riders just rolling past the West Virginia State Capitol. Saw the Capitol Dome on their left-hand side, one of the unique landmarks on this course. It'll reset here, things calming down. And this is the opportunity to get back on to the back of the group. Through the feed zone here. So a few riders with loaded pockets on the first lap, expecting a lot of calorie intake today. Part of that may be, you know, team workers carrying a little extra for the teammates. I saw Betty Hobsey earlier with like 15 gels sticking out of the back pocket.
No, those are all for Betty, I'm going to guess. It's going to be a long day. You need a lot of fuel. That has been such a popular conversation these last couple of years, is more carbs is better. That used to be you'd go out and train with see if you could just have a banana in your pocket and never actually eat it for hours and hours. But now obviously that mentality has gone out the window, and we've moved on to smarter thinking, thank God, that calories are really good for your body as an endurance athlete. We're seeing Kayla Davis right back here, Sirius Cycling. Kayla is an up-and-coming rider out of Agora Hills.
And found. Gonna get right back to it.
Yep, they went right through the feed zone. And, you know, we were talking about the climbs are hard, the descents are tricky, but Fount also wants to make the flats difficult for others.
Bounce, Niska, DNA, 1, 2, and 3 here. Maybe the most impressive thing about Fount is the way that they're riding in the face of some of the biggest talent that they'll face all year. These Fount riders won't come across many EF Education Cannondale riders in most of the races that they're doing, but in what is maybe their biggest event of the year, they're not shying away from riding at the front here.
No doubt, and a lot of these Fount riders have gone on and signed with other teams, and again, that's kind of Jennifer Wheeler's motto, is like she wants to find the talent and then send the talent on. Let them have that confidence, let them have that experience at these spring races here in the U.S., and hopefully let that talent show here at national championships, so other teams can say, you know what, hey, that's someone we'd like to have on our team.
All right, so riders getting ready to make their way back through the line here, complete their first lap. That'll leave just under 80 miles of racing total, doing 91.2.
Well, Fount was just putting in an attack there and had a little bit of a chain issue, gave her a bit of a bobble. Kind of unsure looking down at her bike right now.
Shake things out, first lap. Sorry, that'll be 65 miles to go when they get through the line, doing 78 miles total over the 6 laps. we'll get a count on the riders as they come through. That is going to be our sort of baseline for this group right here, and I would expect that number to get smaller and smaller each lap. Single file through downtown here. There's 1K back to the line. So this is also a preview of what that finishing circuit looks like that we were talking about. Certainly not a straightforward run-in. The good news is the road is plenty wide, but you saw our criterium race on Friday. You know how important those corners can be.
Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 making her way back up towards the front.
Found back to it. You can see they've slotted the cars in behind them. That means the commissars also believe that this will be the selection of the day, as Zaniska going to hit the line.
Chloe Patrick back to the front, leading her teammate Lauren Stevens through that start-finish line, because right after that comes Bridge Road Climb.
So we'll see if another selection is made here, as it was in lap number 1.
Lauren actually just laid off of Chloe right there. She didn't want to be right at the front starting this climb. She kind of wanted to now put the pressure under everyone else, see what they're doing, how they're riding, get a sense for how they're climbing. And Fount takes advantage of that and puts in a counterattack.
Great shot here of the peloton crossing the bridge. There's Betty Ozzie at the back. That's the gels I was talking about earlier. Number 46 there, as some stragglers make their way back through the line. Lauren, what do you do if you're in this scenario? I mean, if you found yourself off the back, what's the game plan now? How do you adjust?
You keep riding. You keep hoping. You always hope and pray, Brad. And yeah, you're basically hoping that the peloton sits up and that you can get back on again. And once you get back on, then you have to continue to make an effort to move back up to the front of the peloton. If anything, if you have anything left, if you are pedaling a bike, you have something left, you go right back up to the front and you help your teammate in some capacity. If it's a Betty Haas, you give up a gel to someone. Or a bottle, you ask if they need anything and just say, hey, you know what, and you have that conversation of, I'm not feeling too good, I've been off the back, just to let you know where I am. So that's, and then other than that, you just ride a couple of more laps, try and get the most out of the day that you can, and usually in those laps you kind of go through the mental game of what has just happened, and you try and process that. So when you get off the bike, you can actually be around the spectators and have a conversation and not be so upset. So yeah, those are some of the details.
Skylar Schneider a little bit off the back here, not looking too worried as the fans cheer them on. DeCrescenzo going to hit this again in the red jersey up on the front. These are sort of the wild cards. I would say Lauren DeCrescenzo and the entire Fount Guild up on the front have been the biggest factors so far.
Yeah, that and Sineska has definitely been up there. Chloe Patrick has kept Lauren Stevens safe and doing as much work as she can for Lauren. See another Sineska rider coming up right now. Try and get an ID on some of them. Unfortunately, Catherine Sarkisov is towards the back of the peloton, not the right place to be while your teammates are on the front.
42 riders in that front group, first time across the line. And looks like that number about to shrink. Watching Ariel Coy at the back here with Kayla Davis, number 90 there.
Elizabeth Dixon is also towards the back of this peloton. See if she can't get her way back sorted to the front of this peloton.
These riders up the front not doing any favors. See Stevens getting right onto DeCrescenzo's wheel.
The unofficial feed zone up here.
So Lauren, talk to me about the game plan for DeCrescenzo today on a solo day. Why be so aggressive early on when there's so many other strong teams here that could ride the front?
Well, we see her mostly aggressive on the climb, or if the pace drops below something that she feels comfortable with. So you have to be aggressive. That's her card to play. If she waits for, there's no way that she's going to sprint against Corinne or 3 or 4 teammates of DNA Pro Cycling. Like, she has to take her chances going up the road and pulling out 2, 3, 5 riders and looking for a small selection. So she is going to spend that energy to try to do that. Bring your Heidi friends up the road and see if you can't get someone to work together. But yeah, she's always going to try and keep this pace somewhat high to her advantage, knowing that just try and pull away some of those teammates from the likes of the Kristen Faulkners and Lauren Stevens.
It's working. Remember, 42 was the front group last time they went through the line. And I'm going to guess that's closer to 20 now. How long can DeCrescenzo do this? I mean, does she try and stay on the front the whole race?
No way. Yeah, she'll lay off on the flats, on the descent, maybe let someone else come around. But yeah, she won't be on the front the entire race, but she'll monitor that effort as best she can. And again, just try and hope that someone wants to come around her and stay at this speed and pace.
Talked about some of the names up at the front. Looking at some stragglers at the back now. DeCrescenzo leading it through. Chloe Patrick up there with Sineska Cycling. Her teammate Lauren Stevens sitting third wheel right there. Aaliyah Shafi is the Fount rider who's been up at the front. Corinne Lebecki making the selection. Alexis Magner in there. Erica Clevenger also making that split first time through. Saw a lot of Veronica Ewers up there, along with Holcomb, Franz, Grugel, Lily Williams we saw. Samantha Scott, Ashley Fry, really all the names to be expected making this first split. I guess I should really be looking at the other side of the split, see if there's any names that didn't make it in.
It was surprising to see Skylar off the back. Having such a good result last year. Again, different course, different results. And I'm guessing this group probably won't come back. We could probably move back up to the front of the race.
New Jersey's coming to the front. I think this is a Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 jersey up on the right-hand side of the picture. trying to get off the front. Moved over, flicked the elbow, just cannot get out of this position.
Corinne Lebecki saying, no way. Thank you very much.
I think DiCrescenzo can be happy with the outcome of that effort. Got what she came for. Forcing the selection here, so job done. Let someone else take over now.
No better person to lead this descent than Corinne Lebecki. One of the best bike handlers in our peloton. Faulkner on the front now.
See if EF comes back to the front here. Remember, we saw Veronica Ewer's first time on the way down here pushing the pace. I think DiCrescenzo gonna take over on that. DiCrescenzo's bike handling skills have also gotten really good with the addition of a little more gravel racing, a little more experience in group racing, riding in the pack. So
she's also taken up mountain biking. I mean, as you have to do with the gravel scene that she is in. So that's definitely going to help her technical skills.
Is this descent technical enough that like you need good descending skills, or is good enough here?
No, it's definitely you need to have the good skills. If anything, every single descent you need to have good skills, not just because of the descent in the road, but also for the peloton that you're basically moving around in like a school of fish. So you always have to be aware of what your competitors are doing around you. And those that aren't as comfortable, they don't take a smooth line, and so you have to have your skills and your confidence set up well to expect those that aren't as good kind of coming at you, making some maneuvers that may not be the best choice.
What I wouldn't give to have an open road for this descent. Being able to rail that one back onto the bridge now.
A quick trip back into town. And they'll go back out to Wirtz Avenue climb.
That about 20 riders. Their view from up above here. We'll get a full rundown of those names as they hit the line. They will score them there, and we'll let you know all the names in this selection, because we've really only been seeing the same 3, 4, 5 names up the front so far.
Right back on Canal Boulevard. They'll come back through the feed zone. I don't know that I'd pick up too much going back out to the Wirtz climb. I would almost wait until I come back in after you've come down the Oak Ridge Drive road, just see if I can't save as much weight as possible.
Billy Williams takes over on the front. Looks back, Fount takes over. This is aggressive racing, just 46 minutes into the day here. I'm loving the way this one's unfolding early on here.
Yeah, Fount has to be a little bit careful though, because I can't see how many numbers they have left in the group here. So if there's only one of them, she definitely needs to be mindful of everyone else that she's dragging around. And I think that's exactly the case here. If it's just one left, then she should manage those attacks a little bit better, and try and get a select group instead of dragging the field around. Even though Lauren de Crescenzo is on the front right now, I can tell this is not a fast pace. Melissa Robbins right there. Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024. Veronica Ewers right beside her. Fountain moving back up. Corinne Lebecki on the radio.
My new favorite thing to watch is Lauren de Crescenzo try to get off the front. She's like, I don't want to be here. She's tried everything. And now Fountain says, all right, we'll take over. Beautiful. No one going to go with her?
Lauren has to be confident enough to go to the back of the peloton and then put an attack. Right now she's attacking off the front of the race, which is essentially just dragging everyone with her. That's going to be a big ask to get any separation from Lauren de Crescenzo to the peloton. See if we can't pan back and see. Yeah, this is Lauren's essentially just bringing the group back together. She ought to have a conversation with Fount.
You see Fount's got one waiting in the wings. Fourth wheel back there, are they going to counter it? Yeah, the old 1-2 from Fount. You want to talk about animating this race. So far, Fount owns this one.
Lauren can't chase everything down, and she shouldn't.
Exactly.
She has to be smart with her intentions here, and that's what we were talking about. How long can Lauren stay on the front and be this aggressive and make this pace hard? Not that long if this is going to be the case. So she has to take a gamble and let something up the road, or try and get up the road with a Fountain Cycling, Fountain Guild rider. So now this is the product of that. So she doesn't have many matches left. Sineska says we'd like to try and get up the road, put a little pressure under EF Education Cannondale.
It's these microtransactions that you end up paying for later on in the day, and they are not doing de Crescenzo any favors here. It almost seems like the peloton's ganging up on her a little bit here.
Leah Shafi on the front, giving a look over the shoulder, seeing it's all back together now. Sineska also saying, hey, look, we were just covering. Don't want to do any more work.
Now the spring is coiled. We'll see if maybe Fountain has one more in him. See Lily Williams just coasting in there, figuring out how to be as efficient as possible, sitting in that nice little pocket of slipstream.
Someone we haven't talked about, Laurel Quinones, and someone that I think if she puts in a hard attack, she could definitely put some pressure under the rest of this peloton, or what's left of this peloton. She also has her teammate Emma Langley there. And we haven't seen them at the front for a good reason. Why? They are trying to hide.
Plenty of other teams to do the work, no reason for them come forward. Here's Ruth Edwards starting to scoot up. Becky in good position. There you go. Goldman Sachs ETF's going to have a go at it. This is their new signing, Andrea Sear. Going to take one Siniska rider with her. I think it's Brugel. Field not looking too worried. See if these two can cooperate, although they're not going to do much good on the climbs. Maybe if they get off onto the flats. It's a good gap, though. That's the kind of attack you want to make. If you're going to get away, you got to go all in. Got to make a big move, and Sear did that.
Yeah, I think the Peloton will let these two roll out a bit. So this may be our first significant break of the day.
All right, we're going to keep an eye on it as they make their way up. We'll take a quick break here from the USA Cycling Cyclocross.
What are Gooder sunglasses? 6 sunnies for fixie skidders, $25 sunglasses for your $10,000 road bike, vibrant dirt shields for single-track cyclocross adventures, gnarly no-bounce frames for the MTB trails. Basically, Gooder sunglasses kid out your face.
Team with a river in the middle. Take me to my hometown. My hometown is your hometown. It's got a gold dome, heard the picking on the fiddle.
At CAMC, our focus has always been on building better healthcare for you. Our new Center for Learning and Research combines cutting-edge technology with hands-on experience for physicians, nurses, and other caregivers. Using specially designed simulation rooms and robotics with expert instruction, our learners expand their expertise. Because you deserve the most advanced care possible, now and in the years to come. Welcome to the future of medicine.
Welcome back. Just under an hour into our Elite Women's race. They are up on the second climb on course right now. We're going to pick them back up here in just a bit. But, Lauren, let's take a little inventory of what's gone on so far, sort of where we are now. The selection has been made. It was 40. We're down to about 20. Who is in the best position right now based on what you've seen?
Honestly, this is really good for Siniska. We have one of their riders up the road with Andrea Sear of Goldman Sachs. And this is great for Lauren Stevens. She can lay off, and now you've got all the pressure on everybody else, on EF Education Cannondale, on DNA Pro Cycling, Blue Ridge 2024. So this is good for Siniska. Now, is this break potentially going to stay away the entire race? That's the gamble. You never know, and unless someone else does the work. And this is where Lauren DiCrescenzo is the wild card, because she's probably going to do the work to bring this group back, which is unfortunate for Siniska, but great for the others.
I talk about the other teams in this scenario. They've been pretty quiet. You talked about Laurel Quinones, that Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 DNA has been able to sit back. This is really great for them because they haven't had to do any work early on aside from what they need to do to make the selection. So are they loving this right now?
Yeah, I think so. Again, the 1s and 2s that are left that we haven't really talked about, they're, again, just letting the race play out in front of them. So, yes, this bodes well for them.
We're going to get a look at that front group here in just a bit. Again, we are expecting to see it down to about 20 riders up on the front. EF Education Cannondale is the other team that was really aggressive early on. We saw Veronica Ewers sort of drive that first breakaway, but it seems like now that the selection is made, they're kind of starting to settle in a little bit here as well.
Yeah, again, you have to let the race come to you. We talked a lot on Friday night about being patient. We really never saw Corinne Lebecki put in any solid attacks until the last corner of the criterium, so that's exactly what's going to happen today. You have to be patient, and it will be, you know, you just have to let this race play out and come to you, and it's a frustrating thing at times, but it is a very important key to being a good bike racer.
All right, live images again from the top of the climb here. Just went through the little feed zone there as DeCrescenzo going to get back on the front and hit the gas again. Doesn't look like they split the group that last time up this climb. They're on the second climb of the circuit here, so we'll see if they get any space on the way down or if this selection sticks around for another couple laps. I think we might be hitting an equilibrium here, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Talking about the strategy for DeCrescenzo here. Certainly a big gamble, taking this much work early on, but I guess in a solo scenario like this, you got to take some risks, you got to take some gambles. You might as well swing big, swing for the fences here and see what happens. It seems like what DeCrescenzo is trying to do here.
And that's exactly what she is doing. We were just talking about Laurel Quinones and being a factor in this race, and she's at the back of this peloton right now, suffering.
See Lauren Stevens locked in right behind DeCrescenzo. These two know each other well. They've faced each other many times. They've spent many long days together in very similar scenarios where they're really just riding the front, taking poles, swapping position up there. So this is not a new scenario for either of these riders.
No, they definitely know each other in multiple disciplines. And again, Lauren Stevens is saying, you know what, today we have another teammate.
Stevens going to use her strength in numbers with that Siniska squad. There is Lebecki, looking pretty comfortable. Was wondering about Kaya Schmidt. We hadn't heard much from her, but she is in there. The Jayco Lula rider just tacked onto the back of that group. Samantha Scott also making the selection. Really no surprises out of this group yet. Talking about names that didn't make it into the front group, but I don't think there are any favorites that have been caught out just yet.
This course is so truth-telling. You cannot hide on these climbs if you are having a bad day or trying to come around. It is just everything is telling the truth right here at the front of these races. This looks like Kristen Faulkner back to the front.
Tuck. Good chance to recover here. I mean, there is the opportunity where you don't really have to pedal on the way down, I guess, so you do get to zero that power meter out a little bit. Get some rest in the legs.
Kristen comes from a rowing background. Makes for a very mentally tough athlete. Also a background in finance, so someone that can probably play the numbers game while suffering. Laurel Honky known as, right here, just tacking back on the back of the peloton.
Another look at your state capital. Conversation for the EF riders. Get a little strategy going here before they start climbing again. This is also your opportunity to communicate, I guess, the calmest that it's going to be in the group.
Also coming up to their feed zone again, so you'll see a lot of the riders take on a last bit of fuel. They'll ditch a bottle and grab another bottle to the right side of the road, and if you don't need anything, you want to stay to the left side of the road and get out of the way, just like Kristen's doing right here, or it might be Veronica, excuse me. It's also a place to drop any of your trash. You'll know it will get picked up.
See if Fount gets back up here. Remember, they were attacking on the flats earlier.
The tricky thing, Brad, everyone feels good for at least the first hour and a half.
Yeah. Yep.
Minus those are off the back. That's just a whole different story. But if you do have good legs, you feel like $1 million for at least an hour and a half.
A lot of urgency back here. You see Catherine Sarkisov, Siniska rider, having a chat with her teammate Lauren Stevens. A little smile there. Stevens looking nice and relaxed. It's a great dynamic here. The veteran Lauren Stevens and the up-and-comer Sarkisov. There's a lot to be learned for number 15 here from the guidance of number 8.
Also back here of Orion Cycling, we've got Anna Dravos. What was her last name again?
Darovsky.
Thank you very much. Yeah, she was having a good ride at Redlands this year, and this is where we were first starting to talk about Anna. So good to see that she's made this select group.
Yeah, talk about a rider that's been flying under the radar. Not for long, though. Darovsky has been super consistent. I think that's the biggest thing, riding inside the top 10, top 20 for both Redlands and Gila. Back up to the front with Allison Rugel for Siniska. Been doing a lot of work today. She has been the front rider for Siniska, and then you see riders like Lauren Stevens just hanging out. That's how you use a teammate right there. I mean, Lauren Stevens might as well get the biggest draft that she can at the back of this group than sit up second or third spot, especially if there's no concern about a split happening. They're not on the climbs yet as they work their way back through downtown Charleston. Riders starting to move up. Oh, there's an attack up at the front. A few riders going to respond to that. It almost seems futile to attack on this flat section when there's so much racing that's going to happen on the climbs. Maybe you get 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds on the flats, but that's nothing when you get onto the climbs. So we
like to call it the sprinter shuffle. If you can, if you can get off the front before the climb and then basically go your pace up the climb instead of having to go the pace of a Lauren Stevens or Kristen Faulkner or Veronica Ewers, oh my gosh, it makes your life so much easier. And the idea is that, yes, they will catch you on the climb, but hopefully by the time the climb is over, you've made it and tacked on just to the back of the peloton, so you can recover towards the descent. And or you can also call it waterfall. There's all kinds of names for it for us attacking on the flats before the climbs, but we are seeing attacks come in this peloton off the front. Unfortunately, we can't get a read off up at the front, but if I had to take a gander, I would think it would be a Lauren DeCrescenzo back at the front, setting a high pace leading into this climb.
Look at the caravan behind. Been pretty quiet for the cars so far today. I haven't seen a lot of riders back into the cars yet. Part of that is because of the nature of these circuits here. You get plenty of time to go through the feed zone, so really no reason to use the cars unless you need mechanical support. Crescenzo gonna lead them back through downtown here with a couple EF riders on her wheel.
Last turn of the city circuits, coming back through the start finish. Everyone on their radios having a conversation with their directors. You don't really want to go back to the team car. If you've got the radio, use it. Going backwards only uses a bit of energy, and especially once you come to the start-finish line, it's so close back to the climb.
So now seeing 4 laps to go on the counter, just over 50 miles of racing left, and 8 more climbs.
Good to see Kayla Davis here of Sirius Cycling, a young up-and-coming rider, super gung-ho. She was at Redlands Bicycle Classic and really going for the time trial and had an unfortunate accident, so good to see that she's turned the corner and back to racing.
This is actually Taylor Kirk-White up on the front, the Goldman Sachs ETF rider we think we saw earlier, but Kirk-White going to take a look off the front with Allison Marugel here.
Looks like they don't have too much of a gap, maybe 35 seconds or so.
That's pretty good. I think we lost our lead moto there for a minute, and we should see them back up here shortly. Missed those 2 going away, but confirming Kirk-White and Marugel.
Might be a little bit more than 35 seconds. Let's see if that gap doesn't come down on this climb right now.
Kirk-White going to stay on it, putting the effort in here. Now this will be also a tell for Marugel whether she works in this group or not. That'll tell us whether they sent Marugel up as insurance defense in this breakaway, or if she's going to try and have a go at it with Kirk-White here.
I'd say definitely roll it out for a minute. You kind of want to, if you're going to get a gap, you want a 1 minute gap, so at least your team car can come up and talk to you. And kind of give a bit of strategy, but on the climb, right now it's just kind of all bets off. It's just both of us, just let's get over the top of this and see what our gap is and see how we're feeling. But yeah, I would imagine that definitely the two of them are working.
Kirk White, also a new signing to that Goldman Sachs ETF squad.
Ariel Coy in a bit of trouble back here, LA Sweat.
Well, there's your answer on Marugel. She's going to work. And now Kirk White just locking in, staring at the stem, keeping an eye on those power numbers.
Don't look at your heart rate. You know it hurts.
Talk to me about the Synisca strategy today. They bring a deep team. Lauren Stevens, Tess Edwards, Ashley Fry, Allison Marugel you're looking at here, Kara O'Neill, Claire Windsor, Chloe Patrick, Catherine Sarkisov, and Nicole Steinmetz. With a roster that deep, you've only got, I think, 3 of those riders made the selection here. So how do you play the numbers, Lauren? If you're in this group, I'm going to put you in the team director chair now. So take your sprinter hat off. You don't have to worry about waterfall climbing anymore.
Thanks, Brad.
You're now
Okay.
driving the team car behind the race.
Yeah.
How do you use the numbers for Synisca in this scenario?
Just as they are doing. You essentially leave Lauren Stevens to her own vices. She's definitely going to be the rider that they are working for today, and you put other teams under pressure. And how do you do that? Lauren can set the pace on the climb how she wants to. That puts pressure on others, and then you send your rider up the road, or you have riders to basically cover for Lauren Stevens. So anyone trying to go up the road that she feels is a threat, you can kind of use one of your teammates to weld it back together, or as they saw right here, is basically sending a rider across in the break and representing and just doing as best you can for as long as you can, and that just puts pressure under others. And you know what? That puts pressure under Lauren DeCrescenzo, that is welcoming it and wanting to bring this back, and you're just using up your competitors by the use of your teammates. And yeah, this is smart racing by Synisca today.
This one gonna get tacked back, but force some effort out of riders like DeCrescenzo.
And then Lauren is not going to counterattack any of these moves quite yet. I would think she would probably wait later in the race, or honestly wait until a Veronica Ewers, a Kristen Faulkner, Heidi Franz does that. She wants to keep as many of her teammates as possible, as long as possible. And so that means she wants to keep the pace, let them dictate the pace, and once they've now just been caught by the peloton, try and support Allison as much as possible, and making sure that she stays with the group up and over the rest of this climb and through these rollers, and can get a bit of rest on the descent.
See Lebecki tacked onto the very back of this group.
The longer you bring a sprinter closer to the finish line, it's almost like the better they get. You can start to smell the finish line if you're a sprinter, and all of a sudden the climb doesn't hurt near as bad. So they are gonna not want to bring Corinne too far into this race.
So we're gonna call this group 30 across the line last time through. Turovsky, the last one across for Orion Racing, with Taylor Kirk White and Allison Marugel rolling away. Although it looks like that's going to be it for Kirk White. And then it goes DeCrescenzo, Faulkner, Ewers, Dixon, Stevens, Cassidy Hickey is in here. Ruth Holcomb has made it. Nicole Steinmetz for Siniska. Laurel Quinones for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024. Erica Clevenger in the selection. DNA has Shayna Paulus into the group, and then Virginia's Blue Ridge Melissa Rollins comes with Lily Williams, Corinne Lebecki, Kylie Spearing, and Heidi Franz all making it. Ashley Fry, 19th across the line for Siniska. Emma Langley is in here. Samantha Scott, Catherine Sarkisov, we talked about for Siniska. Ariel Coy, the LA Sweat Rider. And then comes Kayla Davis, Betty Haase, Andrea Sear, Kaya Schmidt, Aaliyah Shafi, Elizabeth Greer, and Anna Darovsky. Your 30 riders in that front group.
From 95 to 30.
If this keeps trending that direction, there's not going to be anyone left in 4 laps from now.
Wow. Hard, brutal course.
Good news is they started early in the day and didn't have the hot conditions that our elite men are going to face later this afternoon. So these riders really got a prime spot for the 8 a.m. start time here. This looks like things are calming down a little bit. Not for long.
Heidi Franz just getting to the front and again talking about just being comfortable in a descent. She's not necessarily, I wouldn't say that she's necessarily trying to pull away. She could be putting a little pressure on those on the descent. If you're going to make it uncomfortable for me on the climb, I'm going to make it uncomfortable for you on the descent.
It's been interesting how much a factor the descent has been so far today. I think when we were looking at this on paper, we really thought about the way up both of these climbs, but they're opening gaps on the way down too. And it really started with Ewers the first lap for EF Education. There's Lebecki at the back, but not looking too uncomfortable. Is she at the back by choice or by necessity right now?
I don't know. That's the sign of a good bike racer, is kind of this poker face. Like her body is not moving around. They are kind of going on this descent right now. She's going to be super comfortable back here. That's fine. You know, she's not really rocking back and forth, dropping her head. So not quite sure, but I would say that if she had her choices, she would rather be near the front. But it's such a select group now. I think this is okay.
Yeah, Lebecki could certainly get there if she wanted to. We saw her roll up to the back of that group and then just sit on. So I think she's all right, letting her teammates do the work up here at the front. The other difference to talk about with Lebecki this year compared to last year, her run-up to the national championships was a little different because she was the Criterium national champion last year. She made the decision to come back to the U.S. a couple weeks ago and get some Criterium races under her belt for the 2024 season. So a little bit more time at home, a little time in the U.S., no jet lag to adjust to. Now living in Pennsylvania with her husband Nate.
Yeah, and you could say, you know, Kristen Faulkner had a good run up to national championships, winning a stage at the Vuelta Femenina. So she's definitely gunning for today's race. Have an attack right there off the front. 3 riders off the front. Lily Williams, Human Powered Health.
Siniska and Virginia's Blue Ridge behind her. Williams not afraid to put some power into those corners.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the first attack that we've seen come from one of our, I'd say, top picks of the day. Lily just kind of not too sure on that. Nobody was rolling through with her. You're gonna, again, this is good for Lauren, is where you've got enough teammates to play with here, and you're gonna send one of your teammates to cover that, and definitely not roll up the road with Lily Williams. She is a huge threat, I would say. And just sit on, and Lily knows this, and back to the peloton.
Interesting year for the women's peloton in an Olympic year. It's always a little different in that run up to the Olympics. Chloe Dygert deciding to sit this one out in anticipation of her Olympic bid. So these riders will have a little different schedule in 2024 if they are on the Olympic program. There's only a few riders that will affect, but certainly changes the dynamic a little bit when you lose names like Chloe Dygert out of this group.
Yeah, Chloe, an automatic for the Olympics, winning the World Championships time trial last year. So she is comfortably watching at home, no pressure for her. But yeah, Lily Williams is named to the long list for the track team.
Beautiful shot along the river here. Get a look at Erica Clevenger. Run for the Go for Graham team. We're number 62 on the front. Dick Crescenzo having a little chat with some of these riders moving up here.
Again, Clevenger was a professional rider, road rider, a couple of years ago, and decided to step away from cycling, and has just come back to training and racing, and wanted to come back and give national championships another shot. So we're glad to see her back in the peloton.
Saw Becky and Stevens having a little chat at the back of the field. Didn't look too intense. I think it was some friendly banter. And they're getting back to work now. Kirk White back in it after attacking off the front, suffering on the climb. She's back into this selection with her teammate Andrea Sear. Both of these riders late season signings for the Goldman Sachs ETFs team. I'd say that was a pretty good pickup for them.
I would say so too, and I think they only started the day with 3 riders, so to have 2 right here in this front group, and to have Taylor go in the break, smart move, smart racing.
De Crescenzo drops the bottle and then moves to the opposite side of the road. There's some good experience being shown here. Looking pretty chill out there right now.
Right now. Yeah, it moves to the left-hand side of the road. We have seen crashes in World Tour and in these pelotons before, just from an errant bottle. So just be safe, get out of the way.
Taking inventory, making sure Stevens got everything she needs. Oh, yeah, see, that's what you worry about.
That's Erica
Clevenger.
What just happened?
No. You know, sometimes those low-speed crashes can be the most damaging. You hate to see this. This is kind of tough to watch.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Like, you just have that little bit of a lull, and you may take your hands off the bars, trying to move your bottles around and whatnot, and that's unfortunate to see. Bit of conversation happening right there between Ruth Edwards and Lauren Stevens, it looks like. hope Erica's okay. Had the team doctor there, or sorry, the race doctor right there, so someone right there on site to check in on her.
At the lower speeds, when things calm down, we saw a lot of riders using the opportunity to find their teammates, grab some food, grab a bottle. That's where you open the door to just tiny mistakes that are going to maybe move you off your line a little bit. Could have just been a touching of wheels, but...
Exactly. You just take your attention off the wheel in front of you, and that's what happens.
See if we can go back and take a look at before the crash. She was moving off to the side is the issue.
Oh, man. Yeah, just, like I said, just caught the wheel in front of her.
An unfortunate incident here. Just under 90 minutes in to our pro women's race. That'll send a little shockwave through the field. That puts you on notice a little bit. And now Lebecki going to get to the front. That might be a little enough to say maybe I should move up a few spots. They're also about to get ready to hit this climb too, so that may be part of it as well.
The Wirtz Avenue climb is 2.3 kilometers long, 5.5%. Not terribly steep, but enough to do damage.
Nice. Got the signs out for the riders, cheering them on.
It's been so fun to talk to the locals, and honestly, they come up to us. You know, we're out having coffee or lunch, and they come up to the tables. Hey, are you with the bike race? And we're so glad you're here. We're excited to watch the race. It's been a lot of fun, and I think that's kind of been the thread throughout the week. It's been a very welcoming community.
Charleston is all in on the national championships, that's for sure. We had a chance to chat with the mayor here on Friday night. We got a new cycling fan in her as well.
Yes, we do. Corinne to the front of the race. EF Education Cannondale had basically set the pace.
Looks like they'll continue to do that as they work their way up. 45 miles to go. We're going to take another break here.
something I look forward to every single day.
It's what I know, like, it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn.
Adrenaline.
The adrenaline.
Ready to discover your full potential? Push past your limits, reach new heights, and move like never before with HyperIce. Start your journey to better movement with our full suite of wellness technology. Loosen muscle knots with powerful percussion massage from the HyperVolt. Melt away stress and tension with the warmth of Venom heated massage. And increase circulation with Normatec dynamic air compression. It's not just for elite athletes, it's also for you. Move better with HyperIce.
What are gooder sunglasses? Stylish no-slip sunnies for all cyclists. Functional shades for bikers that are actually fun. Affordable, high-performance cycling sunnies. Fun sport sunglasses that match every fit.
Business today is fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. Segra is here to help you get what's next with our best-in-class connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, and collaboration solutions. Whatever your business dreams, we have the network and services to get you there. Segra, proud sponsor and official technology provider of the USA Cycling Pro Road National Championship.
Everybody wants a secure financial future. You included, right? The problem is your investment advisor is over here, your tax specialist over there, and your insurance agent someplace else. And you're in the middle wondering, how do I make this work for me? It's confusing, frustrating, and ineffective. Worry no more. We are Vandalia Wealth, where all your financial professionals are brought to the same table so that you can become the focus. Start being the one everyone places in the center. Be the one, Vandalia One.
Welcome back. Live images over the top of Charleston, West Virginia, where our pro women out on course have about 44 miles of racing left here, a little over an hour and a half of racing underway. About 30 riders have made a selection. All the favorites are in there, and they are going to make their way back up 3 more times up over these circuits and up over the climbs. Lauren, no real big surprises yet. I mean, everyone that we expected to be in that front group is there, and no one that we expected to be there isn't.
Yeah, 100%. We are seeing the riders now come down from the climb Oak Ridge Road, and they will come back into town. And we've kind of seen, we lose footage up there, but every time they've come back down, we've seen this bit of separation here, and then it usually comes back together through town. And again, it will only be a matter of time before that will not be the case, that folks will just continue to drop off the back and they will not make it back anymore.
That was Kaya Schmidt that we just saw. Looks like she's in trouble out of this group. So this will force a smaller selection group, and I'm wondering if the second group that we see here just at the back will be able to get up here, or if Lauren Stevens is going to keep driving this one up here.
Yeah, this is interesting because now we have seen some of the favorites to the front. Lauren Stevens, followed by Kristen Faulkner, followed by Lauren DeCrescenzo. So the pressure is on. The pace is being pushed here. This dropped group right here has to make a concerted effort to get back to the group, to that front group.
Becky not looking real worried. Number 2 going to let these riders in front of her do the work to bring them back. Sitting right on the wheel of Anna Durovsky here, number 77. And now Lebecki looking back behind her. I think
Lauren
maybe realizing the urgency of the situation.
I was going to say, Brad, Lauren is telling her teammates to push the pace. When you have this many represented for Seneska, yeah, this is the time. You've got everybody under pressure right now. You've isolated Kristen Faulkner, probably your biggest threat. Lauren DeCrescenzo is on her own, so it's just going to be one-on-one eventually. And that's what Lauren Stevens wants.
this may just be the experience of Lebecki here, believing that she'll be able to get back into it if she needs to. But the situation's not getting much better here. This is a dangerous line to walk at the back of this group.
Yeah, I don't think this is experience for Corinne back here. I think this is the pace is being pushed forward right now, and this is a product of it. She's probably, like I said, we saw her go start Wirtz Avenue at the front and try and set the pace as much as possible, but I would imagine that Lauren Stevens is going to wanted that pace to be high and put all of these riders under pressure, and I think this is the product of that.
So now 2 Siniska, 1 EF. Got 2 bike lengths off the front here, but Siniska definitely the aggressors right now.
Kristen Faulkner just sitting third wheel. She is going to have a keen eye on the front of this race. Ruth Edwards right on Lauren de Crescenzo's wheel.
This really speaks to the difference in the way that you ride when you have teammates versus how you ride when you don't. We're seeing Lauren Stevens dispatch her riders up to the front for Siniska, and Faulkner is kind of forced to sit back and let those moves happen and just kind of watch, because she doesn't have the numbers that she had earlier and the numbers that Siniska still has on the front. They're still in there. Lebecki is hanging on to the back, but it's not like she can send Lebecki to the front and say, let's hit it.
No, and Kristen is basically not going to rely on Lauren de Crescenzo either. We've seen that in the previous couple of laps, is everyone kind of sat off and let Lauren de Crescenzo essentially manage this group, but Kristen is not willing to take that gamble anymore and just taking fate in her own hands.
Doesn't look like anyone was spit out of the group. I think that small group came together. Yeah. So let's get back on the radio. Or Marugal, I think, up here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if I was directing Siniska, I'd tell them, all right, lay off a bit. We're just dragging the field around now. Everyone's not even pedaling, so save that energy for anything left on these rollers in between the climbs.
Emma Langley reaching into the jersey as Lebecki makes her way up. She's going to chat with Faulkner here. Oh, what I wouldn't give to hear this conversation.
You got me for a little bit longer. How can I help? How you feeling? Reassure Kristen that she's doing the right things in the right spot. Seeing what's going on behind Kristen, you know, Corinne. If anyone was off the back with Corinne, I'd say Corinne's probably the most experienced racer in this peloton.
So Nicole Steinmetz up on the front, doing some work now for Siniska. She's been pretty quiet so far, letting the other teammates do the work early on, and now it's Steinmetz's turn to drive the train.
Anna Drabowski back here, Orion Cycling.
This is a really relaxed tempo right now. What they're really doing is just racing on the climbs, and then the time in between the climbs is just waiting to get to the next climbs.
Well, just the race is whittled down to the few going for it. So yeah, this is no one wants to put forth any effort because they're all saving it for the climb. They all want to save it for the finish, but you have to get there.
The Fount riders used all their attacks early on here. I normally would have counted on them to get to the front at this time and launch some attacks. Heidi Franz up on the front in the green jersey here. Looks like she found a little help in the group. Some of the solo riders helping each other out.
Yeah, I think that's Kylie Spearing, and I think they are sharing a vehicle and support.
It's pretty common in these races. Oh, here's the second group. They're about to make it back up here, so I'd expect them to make contact. I think that's going to be all 30 that were there last time. So that'll be it for that split. We'll get another update as they come across the line, but I'm expecting to see the same 30 names here. It's another one of the tough part about nationals. You talk about having to share a car, share a mechanic. A lot of times these riders won't have the full team support that maybe they have for most of the season, and so you kind of have to figure out your own mechanic, your own transportation, your own travel, that kind of stuff.
Lily Williams back to the front and off the front. I'm surprised that she was part of that drop group there, and this is what you do for your teammate. Ruth Edwards sitting in the peloton in that front group, and then when that back selection group caught back on and you don't have much left, you basically sacrifice whatever you do have and make this race hard again.
Well, Ruth Edwards did a little work for Lily in the criterium. We saw them locked in together with Edwards doing most of the work on the front, Williams sitting second wheel. I don't know how much you can really pay that back in the road race, but
if you can, this is what you're doing.
Yeah. Williams again part of that Olympic long team racing on the track on the velodrome. Lauren, how does that affect the season for Lily Williams? I mean, how does she fit a national championship into what should be an Olympic run-up here?
Yeah, I think after this race, she will start to really focus in on track efforts and track training, which is significantly different than road training. So less distance, more intensity, and Lily is so strong and so focused, and yeah, so she's going to do what she can to help Ruth as much as possible today. But yeah, Lily has had a great spring. I'll say that again. She's been over in Europe, had good results on the road in the spring classics. But yeah, I think from now until July, she'll really lock down and just hone in on that individual, or not the individual pursuit, team pursuit for the Olympic bid.
The season is so unique for a lot of different riders that maybe race in different disciplines. If you're going to run a gravel season, we've also seen a lot of riders embrace the national championship here just because it's a good long road race to get in before this big block of American gravel racing coming up over the next few weeks. So there's not many places you can get 127K road race in, and that's pretty darn good prep for a 200 or 300K gravel race.
You're exactly right. Even some of the guys talk to, and that's exactly what tomorrow or today is going to be for them as well. Is just make the most of the day and get a good training session out of it if you can. But gosh, I would love to win a national championship jersey today.
Not a lot of urgency to chase Williams down on the way up the hill here. Going to keep two up near the front as yours will sit at the back here, and already the gap's opening up. First switch back up. Kaya Schmidt. Oh, it's going to be another Siniska jersey. Check that. Ashley Fry, maybe? Story here is really going to be at the back of the group. It's going to be who survives the tempo being set up here by Siniska and EF Cannondale. There's a few riders just on the rivet. And again, you can let 8, 10, maybe 12 seconds open up over the top. We've seen it a few times, but one of those times it's going to come back to bite you. You can chase back on once, you can chase back on twice, maybe even 3 times, but eventually your luck will run out if you're not staying with the front group here.
No, and this is just a product of Siniska having numbers and basically setting tempo for Lauren Stevens right here. Kristen Faulkner is, like I said, keeping a keen eye on the front of this race. She is definitely gunning for today. Lauren DeCrescenzo in a bit of trouble from the early work that she had done. Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 back here as well. This looks like Melissa Rollins. Emma Langley in a bit of difficulty. Leah Shafi right beside Emma. Corinne Lebecki. Just like you're talking about, off the back just a little bit, and has been successful in being a product of the chase group coming back together when it flattens out. Ruth Edwards just behind Kristen Faulkner. Heidi Franz right there in the green jersey, Life Plus Wahoo.
Watching DeCrescenzo off to the right-hand side of the picture here, left-hand side of the peloton. Keeping her nose out in the wind as they go up and over. And this is what makes it so tough. They keep the effort on right through the hill. I think Shafi going to be the last rider to tack on at the back of this one. See that dark green fountain jersey back there? Sure if I see Edwards in this group.
Right.
Williams.
Yeah, right there. She's just in the 4th, 5th wheel.
Oh, there you go.
To the right side. Lauren DeCrescenzo looks like she's gone up the left side to put a bit of pressure on. Siniska was fading a bit. Melissa Rollins has moved up. Rollins, excuse me.
And now Lebecki becomes the back marker for this group.
It's almost like an elimination race. You can't be the last one on the...
DeCrescenzo going to do what she does best here. Put the hurt on this field. I guess I can't even call it a field anymore. We'll call it the group. Bunch of riders getting pulled off here on the finish line. And really, this is your race right here. Back to single file. Well, Lauren, maybe a good time to start taking inventory on teams and numbers in this group. We talked about this earlier when Fountain had 4 or 5 riders up there, what an advantage that was for them. That advantage is now gone, and you got to look at the team numbers here. EF with, I think, down to just 2. Doesn't look like...
Yeah, I don't think Veronica has made it back. So, yeah, and you might be losing Corinne.
I've learned not to count Corinne out until she's like well gone because
100%. There's no doubt on that. Yeah, human powered health is just down to 1, even though they only started with 2. Looks like Virginia's Blue Ridge has 2 with Emma Langley and Melissa. Siniska is the one with most numbers right now. I think that they have 3.
Yeah. Here's a look at some riders wrapping up early here. They'll pull those riders off the course once they are out of the envelope. They only keep a closed road for the rolling group on the road. I think a lot of these riders didn't really have ambitions of trying to be there at the end. If you're a criterium racer, a sprinter, it's not your discipline to do these long road races.
Also, this is our first year here in Charleston, first year getting a look at this course, and now you know you've got a whole year to know what to train for and expect for next year coming back here to Charleston. So everyone's kind of a little shell-shocked, but you know what? You go back to the drawing board and know what to expect for next year.
Just under 37 miles of racing left now. I just don't see the panic or urgency in Lebecki at all. It makes me think that she's just fine being back here, but she'd like to be at the front.
She doesn't want to show you panic, Brad.
Okay. All right. Well, it's working. She's doing a good job because I'm not seeing any at all. DeCrescenzo going to counter Faulkner. Lauren DeCrescenzo, certainly the MVP for me so far today, doing a majority of the work in this group, not afraid to be aggressive, which is all the more impressive for a rider with no teammates out here solo. Faulkner out to the side here. What's the thinking here? Why go to the other side of the road for Kristen Faulkner?
I think just more comfort on this descent coming back into town more than anything. You get a clear line of the road, clear line of sight essentially. Kind of get a run on the moto right there too.
Descending a little faster than expected, I think. Waiting to see where that second group ends up, if we just get a glimpse of them on camera. And looks like that gap might be growing. Here is back to Lebecki. As they roll their way back over the bridge now. Onto the flats. Group comes back together. And Lebecki able to catch back on. It's amazing how calm this gets on the flats, Lauren. It is like night and day difference between racing on the climbs and racing on the flats here.
Yeah, everyone kind of just gets a sense for what has happened, because you have the climb and then kind of the rollers and then a pretty technical descent. So you don't really have a, I mean, you can kind of look around, but yeah, this is the time to grab the fluid, get a sense for who's here, have a conversation, and this is the chance for the dropped group to remake contact, and we've seen that time and time again, lap after lap. And like I said, you're eventually going to run out of them sitting up on the flats here. There's enough flat though that you can't keep rolling it hard and expect to break the group up. It's such a big road. Also, there's no crosswinds, headwinds, or anything like that. So it just bodes to a regrouping.
Conversation for Synisca. There's really nothing you can say at this point other than how you're feeling. I think that's maybe the biggest piece of information being exchanged in the group, it sounds like.
Yeah, and it's obviously the gap to the drop group is not too significant because they are still barraging the cars. So even if you wanted to go back and have a conversation with your director, you right now you can't. And they'll keep those cars back there, and you also can't get a feed. So if you've missed a feed through the feed zone, or if you need anything from the car, you're not going to get that until that group is completely gone.
Little smile there from DeCrescenzo. Having a chat with, I think, Rollins. Well, it has been a storybook year for the Synisca cycling team. A lot of success in their early season. We saw Lauren Stevens come off of an overall win up at Tour of the Heelan, Silver City, New Mexico. Also won the Queen of the Mountain competition there. So ready to climb, but the style of racing here at Nationals is unlike anything that they've faced. The circuit races at Redlands and Gila may be somewhat similar, but the difference is that the climbs are at a much smaller interval here than they are on somewhere like Sunset in Redlands.
Yes, and Lauren Stevens is flying out tonight to go to Brazil for Pan Ams. So no rest.
Second group has just caught on to the first group, and it looks like someone attacked right out of it. That front group lollygagging, for lack of a better term, and that allowed group number 2 to come back up, and Lily Williams to attack in the exact same way that she did last time her group caught the front group.
Lily just doing what she can for her teammate to keep this race on and not have them just roll around like you have seen a little while ago. And even though this is going to mean disastrous for Lily in the end, that's what you do for your team. You fall on the sword and hope that Ruth is going to come out ahead.
Job done for Lily Williams. And DeCrescenzo has a few words for her and says, all right, if you want to ride, we'll ride.
That's the thing is Lily, you know, she goes off the back, off the front and sets that pace high, and that lures Lauren DeCrescenzo into saying, yeah, I want to go hard. That Lauren loves to race hard. So this is extremely frustrating for her right now. But that's the name of the game. You have to know how to be adaptable to all scenarios. And yeah, this is not the situation that Lauren wants.
Nice move here for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024.
Looks like Laurel Quinones.
And this is the danger of letting that second group come back up. Beautiful attack off the front. Great form here. Quinones still looking back over the shoulder, seeing if she's going to be getting any help anytime soon. Not looking like it. She should still have some teammates back in that group now that came up with that second group. Ruth Holcomb was in there along with Emma Langley. We talked about Melissa Rollins. So that's 4 for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 in this front group, including your solo rider away here.
What's that you say, Brad?
Not sure if you can hear the barges along the canal and Elk Rivers here.
I love it.
It was actually really cool during the criterium on Friday night. They had a few barges along the river that were blowing their horns on the last lap. It was felt like a real American Stadium experience down here. It's a great ride for Quinones. Gone. She opened up. It's going to be at least 20 seconds here. "32 miles for a solo effort for Laurel Quinones here from Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024. Not going to get any help in the breakaway, so she has got to lock into this one and decide whether or not she wants to try and solo for another 32 miles to try and win the national championships here. So we'll keep an eye on that as the gap continues to grow up. We're going to take a break here from Charleston, West Virginia. When we come back, we'll see how this gap is doing with one rider away off the front. Being joined in the booth now by Mayor Amy Goodwin, who has been a key part of bringing the races to town, and our newest cycling fan here in Charleston.
Lauren, I have learned so much over the past couple of months with cycling, but man, oh day, I'm studying.
Yeah, well,
I am really studying.
There's
I'm a
lot
good
to learn.
student. Yeah.
You got a couple of the best here to teach you. Lauren, our resident expert here. I know you had a chance to hang with us for the Criterium on Friday night and then a little longer road race here. You've also been getting some of the community members into things. I know you were giving away bikes. You were at some of the parties out on course. The vibe here is just amazing in Charleston. What is it? I mean, what is it about Charleston that makes you guys love bikes so much?
You know, it's so fun. Well, I think this is, I'll go backwards. We love people so much. And one of them, I call them the pink team, the EF education team. And so one of their coaches had their bikers at an Airbnb on the west side. And he said, you know, we pulled in really late at night. And I was thinking, oh, I'll just get him something to eat real quick. And he said, and with that, here comes a guy from next door with a pan of homemade pepperoni rolls. And
Come on.
I heard you were coming.
On.
Please let me know what you need. He said, then the next morning we walked out on the porch and there's somebody else saying, hi, do you need breakfast? What do you need? So that's just kind of who we are in Charleston, West Virginia. You know, as I talked to you the other night, Brad, you know, growing up in Appalachians, that's what we do. We like to take care of people. We like to feed people. We like to make sure everybody's okay. So, and we like people who are here. You know, it's not just me hosting or the CVB hosting, it's our entire community. So we're really happy to have everybody here. It was so fun to talk to the parents of the cyclists and the spouses of the cyclists. That's what's really neat to watch. It's not just learning about this amazing sport, but talking to them. And as you duly noted, Brad, yesterday we gave away 100 bikes to children in our community who didn't have bikes or outgrew their bikes. And you know this as a cyclist.
Yes.
You got to see it to be it.
Yes, you do.
And so giving away those little bikes, one dad told me, Amy, my daughter has wanted a Frozen Elsa bike, and you can't get them apparently. It's very hot on the market. But she's 2.5. And she got on that bike and she left them.
Great.
So it was really neat. But also, you know, our young girls who were watching some of these young women ride across the line, that's empowering and that's inspiring. You know this.
Yes, and this is one of the unique things this year for USA Cycling, having the juniors and the U23s leading up to our elites today. So like you're saying, you've now got these kids that can see the next generation that are just right in front of them. Was like, I can do that. I want to do that. Yeah. So, yeah, you're 100% right.
It was a fun experience. And then yesterday we had local riders who did part of a little bit of downtown and Bridge. And the community that came out for that was also really, really cool. Again, and, you know, I mentioned the other night, I'm a hockey mom. My kid plays hockey, and he plays for our university, you know, a couple hours away. He's been on his dad's Peloton for the past 3 days.
Great.
Which my husband has been trying to get our boys on the, you know, a hockey kid on a bike is really interesting to watch. But why was he doing it? Because he was inspired by some of these kids that are his age, 20 years old, that are out doing it. And he said, he literally said the words, I don't know, I thought it was kind of cool, Mom. Okay, you know.
Those are big words.
Eloquently as a 20-year-old can say, that's cool, Mom. And so that's what we want in Charleston, West Virginia. We want to be inspiring. We want to take care of people. Yes, the economic, you know, we didn't talk about this, but the economic impact that our businesses are seeing. We literally had a restaurant run out of like 4 of their specialty items and had to go to their food provider and say, buddy, can you come and I need an early shipment tomorrow. That's what I want to see. One of our merchants down here who was selling these custom T-shirts that she made specifically for the race, she now has to take special orders. And by the way, shipping them to Alaska, Florida, Colorado. That's what we want. And yes, the economic impact is monumental. We know this, though, about sports tourism and travel tourism. We know this. But what people need to be reminded of as well is when you're sitting there, as my husband and I were, with one of the young men who got to be one of the 3 on the podium, he said, my son has been cycling since he was 4 years old. This is the coolest little city. Well, that's what I want you to regurgitate when you leave here.
That's right.
That's the coolest city. And oh, by the way, they're from California. He's staying with friends of ours next year at their home. They connected here. They started talking about their California roots. They're spending next year here, already been invited back to spend the weekend with us.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
That's what we like to hear. But we wouldn't have the opportunity if it weren't for you bringing us to Charleston.
Well,
so thank
we
you for
welcome
sharing.
you with open arms, and we're so excited that this is just year one of 5 years that you all will be here. So we're looking forward to it.
And now all the restaurants know that cyclists are endurance athletes,
That's
and
right.
we love to eat a lot.
You got to double up on those
and they know
orders
to
next year.
food up. Like some of them are like, oh boy, our wait staff and our intake, we got to pump that up a little bit.
Well,
and we love it.
From 2 new Charleston fans, it's nice to have one new cycling fan in the booth with us.
Several. And the
Mary
boys
Goodwin,
too.
thank you so much for all that you've done. Thank you for all the
you.
hard work for your
Appreciate
entire
it.
team. I
Thank
know
you
it
so
takes
much.
a lot of work to bring the national championships. Get back out there and enjoy the day. We've only got a few hours of bike racing left today, so I'm going to let you enjoy the day today.
Go.
Thanks for all your hard
Wonderful.
work.
Here we go.
All right, Amy Schuler-Goodwin checking in with us here in the booth as we go back out to live racing out on course. We saw a short attack from Ruth Edwards going away, and now it looks like is this Heidi Franz going away solo.
Definitely. We saw trying to go up the Bridge Road climb. Ruth put in an attack, and Heidi Franz is basically countering that through town right now.
Just under 30 miles for this effort. Siniska trying to pull off the front here, trying to get EF to do a little bit of work in that group back behind him. I wonder if there was something that Edwards saw that caused her to go away, something that Franz saw to cause her to follow. Is this group maybe starting to fall apart? Are they starting to get antsy out there?
And like you said, never count out Corinne Lebecki. She is still there.
Franz going to be in a tough spot here, all by herself. No one even thinking about going up to join her right now. And there is the wild card Lebecki today. Looking better.
The longer you take her, the closer you get her to that finish line, the better it is for the EF Education Cannondale team.
Looking nice and steady here. Still looking back over the shoulder. This gap probably 15, maybe 20 seconds. We'll get an updated time here shortly, but this is a big ask for one rider against the talent back in this field. There's a good look. We'll call that 20 seconds. Race Radio reporting 22 in the gap here. I'll bet you that grows.
Lauren Stevens still has numbers here. There's still 3 Siniska riders. Even though Corinne Lebecki is still here for Kristen Faulkner, Corinne is basically a product of the pace of Siniska. She's not up there participating, pulling through. Heidi looking back, kind of shaking her head. Not really an ideal situation for her to be up the road solo. She would have liked to have gone with one other. Virginia's Blue Ridge sitting right behind EF Education Cannondale, Kristen Faulkner. Anna Dravosky right there. A good ride for her. And Orion.
Yeah, she's got a lot to be proud of, surviving with this group for a rider that was really trying to make a name for herself in the sport with that Orion Racing team. Dravosky in this selection, a little under 2.5 hours in, speaks a lot to her raw talent. It really is amazing the variety of backgrounds that these riders come from pure bike racers like Lebecki to new riders in the field like Laura Quinones we saw getting away. Really didn't start racing at a high level until the pandemic, that COVID era. She was a Zwift rider that was discovered by the Virginia's Blue Ridge 2024 team.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Mayor Goodwin is saying with her son. You know, he is a hockey player, but he jumps on the Peloton and gets, you know, it's like, this is actually pretty interesting. I'd say a lot of these athletes can come from different sports into the sport of cycling. Cycling is something you can do on your Strider bike when you're 2 years old up until 80, 90 years old. I do a group ride in Durango, and we have a 91-year-old guy that joins us on our group ride on an e-bike. So it's something you can do your entire life.
Becky in her favorite spot in this group.
I don't know if it's her
Dead
favorite
last.
spot, but it's her claimed spot for the last couple of laps.
I mean, she could move up here, right? They're cruising at this point where she could get to the front. This is a clear choice that she's going to sit back there.
Well, and if Siniska is willing to do the work, I mean, this is a good point. She doesn't have to be or doesn't need to be up there. Siniska is, they've got the numbers, they're controlling the front, they're setting the pace.
Looks like that group has gotten even further back. Now talking about what would be the third group on the road, that second group of riders that were with the main group before Heidi Franz said goodbye to them. So is Franz thinking here that she's going to solo for 27 miles? I mean, is that within the realm of possibility for Heidi today?
That's kind of a thought, but I would think more so anyone attacking out of the group that is left and where they attack. The idea would be nice. Pie in the sky would be that the last select few attack right at the perfect timing, which would be at the top of the last climb, and Heidi can tack on the back of them and save anything for the sprint finish. That is just a dream scenario for Heidi. Yeah, unfortunately, I would think they're going to probably just let her stay out there, hang out to dry, as they like to say. But you know, she's strong mentally and physically, and this is good for Heidi out there. One of the happiest persons in the peloton.
We'll see how happy she is over the next 26 miles. So Franz is out of sight right now for them. They have just made that final turn onto the start-finish stretch in the field. Zero urgency for Siniska on the front. Franz is going to build a big gap quickly here. Part of this is the consistency of riding on the flats. I mean, this field has really established a rhythm on the course where they hit it really hard on the climbs, then they take this flat section to recover. I think Franz has now realized that after 4 laps and said, look, if they're going to ride like this on the flats, I can get away from this group.
Right, you can, with the expectation that that gap will come down 100% on the climb, on Ridge Road climb. Just keeps whittling down.
They're giving Franz a -4 gap now across the line. Steinmetz and Fry setting tempo up there. So just like that, Heidi Franz now a minute plus up the road with 25 miles to go.
See if they don't let her team car through. Her coach, Joe Holmes, is following. Looks like Orion might have put in an attack here across the bridge. And also sitting third wheel is Corinne Lebecki.
Sense that something may be happening.
You better believe something's happening. Bridge Road Climb is coming up. That's what's happening.
Well, Zdarovsky putting in an effort on the first part up to the top here.
Lauren Stevens.
She's gonna get it here. Yeah.
Kristen Faulkner right on that wheel. Ruth Edwards right there. Corinne Lebecki starting to fall back. Lauren DeCrescenzo tailing off. Again, we talked about, yes, Lauren loves to race aggressive. Lauren DeCrescenzo, let me be clear. But that's the product of doing those early race efforts, is when it comes down to it. If you're not patient, this is a product of that. Is she's struggling on the climb right now when the heart attacks do go. Heidi Franz just looking steady.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lauren Stevens all over the top of the bike here as she's out of the saddle. Faulkner on her wheel, Edwards behind her. And then comes Lebecki to join her teammate Faulkner. This is a crucial time right here for Lauren DeCrescenzo. She's got to get onto the back of this group. I think as Stevens senses that DeCrescenzo is in trouble, she'll continue to hit it here. That's a rider good enough that it's worth getting rid of. It's worth the effort to get rid of DeCrescenzo if you can, if you have the opportunity here.
Yeah, but we have seen in years past that Lauren makes it back, and Lauren essentially drug what was left of the peloton, that 4-5 group last couple of years at national championships. She brought everybody to the line. So she may not win the race, but she can definitely assist in helping those that will win the race. So, I mean, yeah, you're essentially Lauren Stevens going hard is she's just racing the course and racing whatever's left in the peloton. I don't think that she's necessarily thinking about Lauren DeCrescenzo outright. Heidi Franz grabbing a bottle from Human Powered Health. Everyone knows everyone in this peloton. I was just trying to figure out how to say is like you can assist others on other teams knowing that it's within the family.
Yeah, you're not going to win this bike race on the feed zone. You're not going to win this bike. It's not going to be won or lost for Human Powered Health just because Heidi Franz got a bottle. Franz also a former rider on that team, spent some time with that program, so I'm sure there's still some loyalty there. Not unheard of to see other teams give different riders bottles when maybe they miss the feed or the team can't get there.
Because it will pay back towards your riders at some point. Yeah. Everyone needs assistance from another team in that fashion. You can't take mechanical assistance from another team, but you can get a bottle or some food. Oi.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oi.
It's getting a little tight against the right side of the road there. One rider had to jump out. Boy, Franz looks great. Look at that form. Still see some standing water on the side of the course from Friday's rain. There are a couple sort of water crossings where the water runs across the road. Hasn't been a problem so far on the descents. It seems like the chasers are taking this one seriously, Lauren. This is not one where they're just letting Franz roll away. We saw Lauren Stevens get to the front and really put in a hard effort. That caused this selection here to take him down to really just 5 riders remaining right now. And largely because of Stevens driving it. Steinmetz having a great ride in here for Siniska as well. She has been sort of the silent factor in there so far. And that's going to be a huge advantage for them later on in this race. Look at Franz hitting it again.
Just pushing over the top of this climb, looking forward to that descent.
How does someone like Franz gauge her effort in this scenario? When you're a solo rider that gets away, I mean, how do you know where to set that power? Like, do you do your maximum? Is it a relative effort to the field? How do you decide how hard you're going to work here?
It's almost like a TT effort at this point. So you're almost at the red line, but you try and get a little bit of recovery as much as you can on some of the descents, and you get the choice of road. Ah, dang it, you look back and they made up that much time on the climb right there, and she knows that. And if she has a radio in her ear, I imagine that her coach Joe is telling her this right now, and to say, hey, you know what, save a little bit, here they come.
Now it'll be important to make sure that she can hang on to this train as they catch and pass her. That is the next mission for Heidi Franz here. It's not a question of if, but when she gets caught at this point. She needs to make sure that she can tack on to the back of what is probably going to be Lebecki hanging out back here. I think we would see a counter out of this group.
Probably not on the descent, but we're going to watch out for the Wertz Ave climb, because that's it's right when you come into town. It's just a short amount of time in town off of this descent that you're then on Wertz. So I think we'd lose that coverage at the top of the climb, and man, I can't wait to see what comes out of that.
Nursing a few seconds off the front right here. I think Lebecki's got us all fooled. I think she's feeling just fine back there.
Oh. Ruth Edwards has been awfully quiet too. That is, it's usually a dangerous scenario if it's someone you haven't talked about much being on the front of the race or being attacking the front of the race. She's trying to save as much as possible, and having her teammate Lily Williams do a brunt force of the work when after Lily had been dropped and caught back on. Ruth right there, just kind of giving a look around and assessing of what's left. Kristen Faulkner doing the same thing. Now you know who you've got and what you're working with. This is also the point in the race when fueling strategy will have been important, because if you don't have anything left, your legs are just going to go dead on you. So if you're behind, good luck.
Is there a chance that that second group comes back together? It was not looking so great last time we saw them on camera. Gap on the line was about 30 seconds up to the front group. That's got to be more by now after chasing down Franz here. Is this the selection here? Is there a chance that anyone else catches onto this front group, or are we looking at the winners of the bike race here?
I think this is the race right here. There's not enough time back in town for them to sit up and what we've seen between this climb, this descent, and in town, and then back to Wertz. But where we've seen the groups catch back on was essentially after they've come down Oak Ridge Road. So when they've come back into town, there's a bit more time in town there. But no, I think this group is going to stay away to the line. But I've been wrong before, Brad. So what do I know?
Once, I remember that.
Okay.
That was a long time ago. We'll see if they go back to the calm riding on the flats or if it's a little more aggressive now that this small selection has been made. 6 riders going to come into town together. Looks like somebody jumping to the front here. It's going to be Edwards.
Oh, get a little draft off that moto.
Yeah, look at the effort here.
Nice.
Ruth knows what she's doing. It's not her first rodeo.
No, no doubt. I am a little surprised she's trying to make a move here. But she will draw out Lauren Stevens, and Kristen Faulkner is following Lauren Stevens right now.
Puts a couple riders in trouble at the back. DeCrescenzo. Lebecki is in trouble, and I think that's Steinmetz. Yep. Just in front of Lebecki.
Steinmetz has just done so much work for Lauren, and Lauren's just trying to egg her on, like, come on, come on, come on, just get right back here, you can do it. Where Corinne's like, okay.
Lebecki used her for everything she was worth. Chewed her up and spit her out.
Yeah, again, the smartest bike racer, most experienced bike racer in this group. See if she makes it back to the back of that group right there. Yep.
Steinmetz will be able to get up there. And now a lot of looking over the shoulders. Faulkner confirms that Lebecki has made it back in. They're looking around like they're expecting an attack, and I'm kind of feeling the same way, but there's only 6 riders in here. Who's left to attack at this point?
You can also try and get a sense for how your competitor is feeling. Just kind of look at their face. It's almost a bit of poker going on right now. Just you kind of eyeing your, kind of like, I see you, you see me?
Yeah.
But,
this looks like a last lap run into the finish.
Oh,
it looks like they're setting up for a sprint here. You see Franz looking back to see if they're in danger of being caught by this next group coming up. That may still be the biggest fear on their minds.
Pan back and see that someone is coming across. Is that Lauren DeCrescenzo?
Yeah, I think that's DeCrescenzo left over from the climb. Still fighting. This is right in her wheelhouse there. I wouldn't be surprised to see DeCrescenzo back into this group. The way that they're riding up at the front, the way that we know DeCrescenzo can ride, she's going to work her way through these vehicles. And this may become 7 very shortly.
And again, Ruth Edwards is no stranger to the podium. She's won Santos Tour Down Under. She's won Tour de Feminine. She's won Joe Martin stage race. She's won a stage of the Giro d'Italia. You know, she's another one of the most experienced riders out there. We were teammates, and she stood on every single podium in the United States back in 2018. So you cannot discount Ruth Edwards, and you cannot let her up the road. She went on to the Trek team for many years and raced at the highest level before taking a break, and now back with Human Powered Health. Oh man, even Lauren DeCrescenzo is kind of giving the head shake.
Well, did the work she needed to, but she knows she just made a big withdrawal from her account. Got to give Steinmetz some credit here as well for Siniska. I think this is going to be a major factor in Lauren Stevens' ride today. Having just one other rider there that was able to make that selection with you is huge. So no matter how this ends up for Stevens today, Steinmetz deserves a lot of credit for getting Lauren Stevens there.
Agreed. I would think everybody in this group needs to thank Nicole at some point, because she's going to try and keep this pace drawn out a bit and not let anyone else attach back to the back of this last group.
So I got to remember, Steinmetz is a U23 rider, which would put her as the top U23 rider in this race right now.
Yeah, it does.
Faulkner calling for a bottle from the team car.
Yeah, I don't know that she's going to get it, though. The tricky bit, Carmen Small is her team director. I don't know how far back they have them barraged.
Should make it a neutral feed, maybe? Not sure if the cars have gotten up here or not. Lebecki's been on the radio a lot, too. She's talking to Carmen back in the car.
It's always nice to have your team director in your ear, just reassuring you and reassuring the race program and plan and talking through things, and Corinne just basically going up like, hey, I don't have any water either.
Too. I wish I could help. This is all I got. She's like, you can have whatever's left in here.
That's exactly what's happening. You know, Kristen puts a bottle in the air, and Carmen saying, hey, I can't get to you. Corinne saying, this is what I got left. That is ultimate teammate sacrifice right there.
Well, and that sends a pretty clear message who EF is going to put their money on today.
Turning onto Wirtz Road now.
Faulkner should be able to get a bottle in one of these pseudo feed zones. I'm not sure how many staff the team has around the course. Again, this is another one of the unique problems that these teams face coming to race at Nationals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They could, if in theory they had someone on the climb, but who knows? We have seen them at the top of the Bridge Road climb. Human Powered Health has been up there feeding their riders, but we haven't seen that here on the Wirtz Road climb. And usually you can get a neutral water. Most of these cars carry some just water, but again, we're talking about fueling and having those carbs and electrolytes when you need them, and that'll be a key factor. This looks like Kristen's car if I had to gander.
Yeah, they're moving some cars past the group here, and I see some riders coming up on the back of this group. There's a group of like 3, maybe 4 riders back there trying to regain contact. I wonder if we saw that car go through earlier, maybe trying to move out of the way, but I'm trying to figure out who those riders back there are. We'll keep an eye on it as they make their way up. We're going to take another short break here from Charleston, West Virginia, and see if this group can stay away from the
because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
You've got a premium carbon frame, like Van Aert. So aerodynamic it defies the laws of physics. And a smooth group set, like Van der Poel. Shifting, braking, precisely. You've got the same fast wheels as Vingegaard, with the matte black finish, like Marianne Vos. You've got a sleek helmet like Romain Bardet, cutting through the air like a falcon. And the coolest kit on the peloton, like Carapaz, and the passion and courage of Cannonball Cavendish.
Yeah, you got it all. But you haven't got the cotton tires the pros ride. Until now.
Welcome back. A look at some of our folks enjoying the start-finish line here in downtown Charleston as the riders out on that second big climb of the day. We'll pick them up here shortly back on the top of the climb, but last time we saw them, there was a small group working their way up after Heidi Franz has been brought back, and now this really comes down to this selection of 6, and it's time to start talking strategy, Lauren. Just under 20 miles of racing to go. We got to figure out how this one plays out today.
No doubt, and I think strategy is essentially who can go the hardest on the climb and then stay away.
We talked about the makeup of the teams up there. The biggest wild card has been Corinne Lebecki, who has been back and forth off the back of this one, as Kristen Faulkner has been super steady up in that front group. So it really is a tale of two different styles of riders out there for EF Education Cannondale.
Yeah, and also seeing Kristen Faulkner basically put her hand in the air, and thank goodness the team car was able to come up and service her, which is going to be huge for her. Kristen is very particular on what she wants and when she wants it. So, again, someone that missed out in the TT on Wednesday, and she's definitely keen for today. And the races is showing that she hasn't missed one thing, and she's been present at the front all day.
We also saw Heidi Franz up there make that solo attack come back in. You think she's wishing she had that one back right now?
I don't necessarily think so. I think she was okay with striking out, giving it a try, and seeing what's going to come of it. And she did shake her head in a little bit of frustration, but I think there was enough left in the tank, and she got called at the right time that, you know, she's got to take her shot and when she can and where she can.
And then the next big name in this group, Lauren Stevens, that Siniska team. Nicole Steinmetz has been incredible for Stevens, but at some point, Lauren Stevens is going to have to take over here as the team leader.
Yeah, and kudos to Nicole Steinmetz, and what a ride for her today. Like you're saying, U23 jersey on the line as well. So almost sacrificing that jersey for Lauren and for the better good of the team, which is a national championship jersey no matter what. So Lauren Stevens, we haven't quite seen her do a full-on attack yet. We haven't seen Kristen Faulkner do a full-on attack yet, so a couple of different options still to play.
I've got race radio in my ear. They are reporting that they are starting to make some attacks out in that front group. We're just hearing the radio start to crackle on the way in here, so I would expect here we go. When we pick them back up, we would see a little bit of separation here, and here you go, back to live images at the top. Let's see who's still here. I see Edwards, both EF riders, and Stevens is the Siniska rider. So then there were 4 at the front.
And Corinne Lebecki, someone I honestly would have thought would have...
I told you! I knew it!
Would have been gone a long time ago.
I knew it!
So what a ride for Corinne. She is having a heck of a day today. I can't wait to talk to her after the race. She's like, really, Lauren, you're going to pin me as a sprinter only and not be able to make it up these climbs? I am so sorry, Corinne. I have spoken wrong about you all day. I apologize.
So look, Corinne, if you didn't want to be considered a road race contender, you shouldn't have gotten second at the road race national championships last year. We had a very similar climb. It was the Clinch Avenue climb down in Knoxville, but this one obviously with 2, a little bit different, but I'd say she's doing just fine. Huge advantage here for EF. Now that they have isolated these 2, and you see a little pat on the back even right there, because they know they absolutely need Lebecki here, and if they can use her perfectly, this is their race to lose right now for EF Cannondale.
And this is the best person to have beside Kristen Faulkner. Again, I would say Kristen needs that voice of reason not only in her ear, but having her teammate right there beside her to basically coach her on and cheer her on. She didn't need that, but it always feels good to have that, and to know that Siniska did so much work early for Lauren Stevens, and that Corinne Lebecki has fought and fought and fought and is still there. That feels good for Kristen Faulkner right now.
So now Ruth Edwards pulling off, taking her last inventory of this group. And slotting in back behind Lauren Stevens, who has a chat with her. So it goes Kristen Faulkner, Corinne Lebecki, Ruth Edwards, and Lauren Stevens. And then I see two more back there. I'm going to guess those are two that got dropped out of the group, although I wouldn't be surprised if De Crescenzo is one in there as well. It's the tortoise versus the hare out here now.
There you go, yeah, Lauren De Crescenzo and Nicole Steinmetz. So Lauren Stevens will regain another teammate. 2-on-2 for Seneska against EF Education Cannondale. Ruth Edwards, Human Powered Health, and Lauren De Crescenzo.
This is a big problem. And here you go, they know it. De Crescenzo is not the rider you want to add back in here, so EF Cannondale going to redouble the efforts here. Just as that group comes back, they're going to hit them again here on the way back down.
Man.
Now they're starting to rail these corners.
This is a big move by Kristen right here. She's laying down the law.
And now just under 17 miles to go. This is the kind of effort that Faulkner can do solo, and De Crescenzo knows it. She wants to go with her. Stevens doing her best to get there.
I think this is Ruth Edwards. This is a big move right here. Kristen Faulkner is not messing around. She is laying down the law here. This is a move for her. And Ruth Edwards knows it.
Oh, beautiful move. The counter from Edwards now.
Lauren Stevens realizes the pressure as well. And Corinne is just sitting on Lauren Stevens.
Stevens going to single-handedly drag Lebecki up here. Don't expect Lebecki to help at all. No reason to contribute to bringing these riders up to her teammate Kristen Faulkner in the pink here. Talk about heads-up riding for Edwards. Saw that move, covered the gap. And now we'll see if these two want to cooperate. Go back and take a look at this jump for Edwards. It seems like just as Faulkner let off the gas, Edwards sensed it and said, no, we're still going. Keep it up. We're going to keep rolling this. We can do this. And they must be trying to get rid of Lauren Stevens. That's got to be the biggest threat to them in here.
Well, and also just to race forward. You know, what we've seen a lot is that they hit the climb and they go hard and they always sit up. But, you know, now is the race. Like no matter what, we're racing forward. We're going forward, even on the flats. So Ruth realizes that. She knows that Kristen Faulkner is a hard worker, and Kristen knows that Ruth is willing to put it on the line too. This does put Lauren Stevens under a ton of pressure, because now it's basically 1 against 2, because these two are rolling and working well together. Lauren Stevens has Corinne Lebecki just sitting on. She's looking back, and this is dangerous for Lauren Stevens right now.
I think what's probably going to happen here is that will create a second group behind them, sort of another super group forming here in the chase. So now Faulkner in the pink, Edwards in the orange, and here comes De Crescenzo trying to make it across. She's going to bring Nicole Steinmetz with her. This is a huge effort for De Crescenzo. She's trying to make her way up to that second group there. Corners. more conversation here. You see a little conversation over the left shoulder. And at this point, this has to be cooperative talking between these two.
It should be,
they've
yeah.
got to realize what's going on here.
And it's very quick work. Yes. That's it.
See if we can get a look back at that second group behind them. That's the million-dollar question here, is what's happening in the race. Back for third. Here we go. And this is what we expected. Lebecky coming together with Stevens, Steinmetz, and a struggling DeCrescenzo here.
So this is when, Steinmetz has to do whatever she has left for Lauren Stevens. Corinne's not going to do anything. And this is also when Lauren Stevens wants to look to Lauren DeCrescenzo and say, by any chance you want to come up here and do a little bit more of that work that you were doing earlier? You're doing so great. But Lauren's smart enough, DeCrescenzo, to say, nope.
Becky has no chance of helping this group because teammate up the road here.
And what Stevens is going to have to do is basically attack on the climb. Try and get Steinmetz to manage this gap as much as possible leading into Bridge Road climb, and then Stevens has to basically go all in, all the chips in the center of the table at that point, and try like heck to make it back up to these two. This is too much horsepower up the road right now for them. They're not going to sit up and let that group of 3-4 come back to them.
Pretty soon we're going to have to start talking about how these two race each other to the finish. We're not quite there yet to start worrying about that, because first they have to make sure that they stay away from this chase group behind them.
Steinmetz just driving the front right now for Lauren Stevens. Status quo back here.
Back onto the start-finish stretch. Going to take us down just under 14 miles to go. One last lap around the circuit here. Two more big climbs on tap today for the 2024 USA Cycling Road National Championships. And it's certainly looking like one of these two will be wearing the Stars and Stripes this year, as Ruth Edwards and Kristen Faulkner try to hold off a group of 4 behind them with 13 miles to go.
Honestly, right now, I think Kristen Faulkner looks the best in the screen. Ruth hangs her head a little bit, but this is also a telltale sign. That girl is tougher than nails. Ruth Edwards has fought and won so many races. It doesn't have to look pretty. She just has to cross the line first.
Steinmetz still going at it. Going to do everything she can to try to get Stevens up there. At this point, you can't count on having Steinmetz for the finish. Use everything that she's got to close this gap, and then her job is done. Let her empty the tank to get across the gap. At some point, though, Stevens may have to say, this isn't working. I'm going to have to go myself.
That's what I was going to say. The other 3 know that. Corinne Lebecky knows that. So essentially, Corinne thinking to herself right now, okay, just try and follow the wheels on the climbs. Lauren DeCrescenzo knows this. Lauren DeCrescenzo knows that Lauren Stevens is going to put an attack on this climb. So the 3 of them are going to fight like heck to just follow as best they can. And I don't know if they're going to catch the 2. I don't know if they're going to catch Ruth Edwards, Kristen Faulkner.
Oh, DeCrescenzo letting some gaps open up out of the corner. She's starting to feel the fatigue. She's going to get to the front here knowing that Lauren Stevens has something up her sleeve. It's going to be it for Steinmetz. Lebecky hanging on.
Lauren Stevens already going across the bridge, setting a fast pace, dropping her teammate now. Steinmetz's job is done. Lauren Crescenzo is actually under a bit of difficulty trying to follow, and Corinne Lebecki is right on Lauren Stevens' wheel.
Gap at the line was 49 seconds.
Wow.
For Edwards and Faulkner. Behind that group of 4, the second group, it's about another 40 seconds back to names like Emma Langley, Heidi Franz, Ashley Fry, Elisa Rollins, and Anna Dorovsky. And now this chase starting to fall apart as Steinmetz will be out of it. It's going to leave Stevens, Lebecki, and a dangling De Crescenzo off to the right-hand side of the picture here.
Talking about Kristen Faulkner, EF Education Easy Post. What do you see? What do you see? Point it out. What you got?
I'm just watching this gap open more and more and more here.
When Kristen won her stage at Vuelta Femenina, it was on a climb, and it was about a 6 or 7K effort that she did to win that race.
Yep.
So this is playing right into her favor right now.
Look at the difference in form. Edwards really struggling here, head bobbing side to side. You see those shoulders moving, and look at the difference in form for Faulkner up there at the front, barely moving that upper body at all.
I know, and this is what I was saying earlier, is like, it may not be the prettiest, but Ruth has a way of just fighting through this and getting to the other side successfully. So even though it looks like she's in difficulty, well, she is in difficulty 100%. If anyone I know that can fight like heck and stay on that wheel, it's Ruth.
There's no jersey for riding smooth. There's only a jersey for winning the bike race here.
Ooh, this is good racing.
Back to the chase now. Stevens and Lebecki. De Crescenzo going to be out of it. And now this is squarely on the shoulders of Lauren Stevens to drag herself back up to this front group of 2 if she wants a shot at this national championship jersey.
Right now her director's in her ear telling her anything that she needs to hear to keep pushing her forward. Again, you can see the pain on her face as well. Rocking of the shoulders and the head right now, trying to stand up, stay on top of that gear as much as possible.
Best case for Stevens here is that these 2 start playing games against each other, but they're not. That's the problem.
Even if they do start playing games towards the finish, it's, they've got 45-second gap. Maybe more after this climb and descent. So I don't know. Oh man, I'm at a loss for words.
12 miles to go now. Edwards moving out to the side. Ruth Edwards not afraid to take a pull here. She's almost forcing her way to the front. It's not like Faulkner's forcing her to be there. Edwards moved out from behind Faulkner, went beside her, and rode up to the front.
And you're still on this little riser right here. Now a little bit of reprieve, and at one point, so Kristen may have let off ever so slightly. And then just a bit of push over the top, and so Ruth's like, well, I'll pull through if you want me to, but if, I'm all right also sitting back here.
It's been an incredible race, really explosive racing from start to finish today.
So much attrition. I mean, everyone has talked about these climbs, and it has come to fruition that this is a brutal course. Kristen's very much okay setting the pace, setting her pace, and Ruth is following as best she can.
If this does come down to 2 riders, is there a better sprinter in this group of 2?
Yes. I'm hesitant to say that, oh my gosh, because I called Corinne so wrong today. I would say Kristen is more of a long sprinter, and Ruth is more of a punchy, powerful sprinter. So if Ruth can get separation from Kristen at the very end of the race, I could see that Ruth coming around that. Now, I think Kristen is going to go from a long way out, and she's so freaking powerful. It's going to be really hard to even hold her wheel, Brad. So, you know, those two scenarios, just thinking that, you know, and I think they both know that. So it's whoever has the best legs over the Wirtz Road climb coming back down into the finish.
Well, Faulkner's going to be looking for every opportunity she has over the next 11 miles here to try to put Edwards in a little bit of trouble. Back to Stevens and Lebecki. That is still holding on to what looks like 40, maybe 50 seconds. So I don't think Stevens is really gaining the significant time that she needs to bring this one back.
Brad, you know what's going to happen? Corinne's going to get on the podium.
That's how it's looking. That's how it's looking. Although I did see Lebecki looking behind her, so I wonder if maybe DeCrescenzo gets back up onto this group.
I don't see that happening. Even if Lauren DeCrescenzo was to get back, I'm going to guess that Corinne is so savvy. Yeah. If they bring her to the line at this point, I'm putting her on the podium.
I would put Lebecki against any rider in a sprint to the line.
I'm changing my narrative. I'm changing my narrative. Right. I'm done. Like, I've been wrong all morning, but you know what? I'm going to change my plan, okay?
Hey, that's the beauty of bike racing. That's how it works. You never know. That's why we come out here and race for 3.5 hours.
Yeah. I started with the game plan, and I'm changing my game plan. If they can do it, I can do it.
I think this also speaks to the selectiveness of this course. The right rider is going to win the national championships here. By far, the strongest American woman will win here in Charleston. Edwards looking a little better. Looks like she got a little recovery in. Still bobbing that head side to side a little bit.
These are those short rollers before we hit that pretty technical descent coming back into town. So just still putting that sting in the legs. Edwards looking back just to see if Stevens and Corinne are coming across.
DeCrescenzo made it up to the chasers. Becky's got to fix that number.
I'll let you tell her that.
Yeah.
Corinne winning her 74
yeah,
national championship Friday night, so feeling good and feeling confident. And now her teammate Kristen Faulkner is up the road. Nothing to lose and everything to gain now.
Looks like Edwards pressing this on the way down as she moves to the front. Faulkner gonna follow her down.
These are just more comfortable roll-throughs. You get momentum, and instead of hitting the brakes, you just roll to the front and take a couple pulls, and then that'll, vice versa, Kristen will come to the front and do the same thing.
A little chance for Faulkner to reset. Just make sure everything's good before you get into battle here. Back over the bridge with just about 10 miles of racing to go, 9.5 across the bridge.
Lauren DeCrescenzo coming back to the front now and helping out Lauren Stevens a bit, seeing that that gap has probably opened up and coming down on that downhill. So Lauren DeCrescenzo catching back on through those rollers at the top of the climb and not afraid to go back up to the front. But again, Corinne Lebecki will just sit on the back of both of these women and just let them do the work. I don't see that the gap is going to come down too terribly much.
Still that second climb to do before they return back into downtown to finish the day. If that time is going to be made up for the chasers, it's going to have to happen on this last climb of the day. That's the only place that DeCrescenzo and Stevens will have the chance to get up. To Faulkner here.
Faulkner is like a metronome. Nothing is moving except her legs.
Edwards still putting in a big effort. Swapping turns. Your chase of DeCrescenzo, Stevens, and Lebecki. Well, there's really only two places left to win this bike race. You either do it on the climb or you do it on the sprint to the line. Those are going to be your last two opportunities. Maybe a long-range attack from Kristen Faulkner inside the last K as they're coming off of that climb. They may have a chance to attack there, but really rapidly running out of places to open up time here. If you're Kristen Faulkner looking at Ruth Edwards here, seeing that Edwards is maybe suffering a little bit, do you try and hit her on the climb, or do you maybe wait until you get over?
Yeah, I guess that, I'm just sitting here thinking, you're talking about the two places to win the race, but also the two places, well, for sure lose the race on the climb, because it depends on how the fueling has been and how both are feeling. It hasn't been that hot of a day, but this has been a heck of a race. So I don't know that Kristen would want to necessarily strike out that far out, but if she's feeling good, I would definitely expect that from her to go long. That is pretty long, but if anybody could do it, it's going to be Kristen Faulkner. So, yeah, I'm so eager to see the Wirtz Road climb and these two women go at it.
We'll say for as much as we're talking about Edwards' form here, she's certainly riding like she's got plenty left in the tank. She's not skipping poles. She's looking incredibly strong just on the way that she's acting. The position that she's putting herself in is riding like a rider that's got plenty left in the tank.
Ruth has so much heart.
Some of that also just the natural riding style. I don't want to read too much into these shoulders and head and say, oh, we can tell exactly how much they have left in the tank. Some of that is just the natural form of the riders on the bike. Riders with 2 bottles in the cages as well. They're going to show them a minute 50 on the time board. That's it. That is the information that you were looking for. If you're in this front group, you now know that this is going to go 1 and 2 here. There's no question about it. Those chasers behind will not come back. And this is your gold and silver medalist right here. In what order? We're going to find out in 7.5 miles from now. Edwards going to cool off a little bit. Brief spray onto the legs, and then a little down the back, and then right back to work on the front.
Kristen going to the radio again. Carmen Small in the car for her.
It's interesting to talk to Carmen about coming back to racing in the United States. She's been full-time over in Europe, pretty much living and working over there.
And she was saying that she has lost some of the touch of being an American coming back over. You know, the struggle that the Europeans face with just all the differences of the, you know, the food, the travel, the logistics, all that stuff. Carmen, I think, is more European than American at this point, maybe.
Okay.
But making the same adjustment that a lot of these riders have to make coming back.
All right, Brad. This is the Wirtz climb.
Well, and if one of these riders is going to launch an attack here, it's got to be a quick, clean, swift attack. You're not going to roll away from the other one here. And Edwards going to lead him up.
2.3 K climb, 5.5%. Last one of the day. Just 2.3 K.
2.3, the hardest K that they've got. Is there a better place to be depending on your situation on this climb? Like, let's say Ruth Edwards is in trouble. Let's say she's thinking to herself, like, man, I'm not feeling great. Do you want to be at the front? Do you want to be at the back? Where's the best place for a struggling rider to be?
Yeah, I don't think you really have a choice now. If you can set to the pace, that's ideal. You can, you know, if you're not feeling great, you want to set your tempo and a little bit lower and maybe not give that poker face away. But when it's just
really tough to pick a winner.
No doubt. We're talking about when and where to go for each one of them, Ruth Edwards and Kristen Faulkner, and who's feeling the best. And we won't know until they come back down off of the climb and what's left of the carnage up there. So we saw them going into the climb together, and it seemed like Kristen Faulkner honestly looked the best of the two. Only time will tell.
Just waiting to get our live images back. We'll bring those to you as soon as we have them from out on the course. The gap back to the chase has gotten even bigger. It was a minute 50 last time we saw it. They're up over 2 minutes now, so that's not a threat to these riders behind them. They will go 1 and 2, and they just got to figure out what order as they make their way down off of that Wirtz Road climb. And then we also got to talk about this sort of finishing circuit. We haven't really seen these two racing on these circuits with the 90-degree corners. That last turn before the finish, bike handling may come into play here today.
No doubt. And, you know, a lot of times in crit racing, we talk about where the last corner is and where the finish line is. So, again, that plays into Ruth Edwards' advantage. She's more of a sprinter. She can gauge those distances a bit better, I would say, as a pure sprinter. It is a long way from the last turn to the finish here because of this road race circuit. And, yes, unfortunately, Lauren Stevens of Seneska is the big I don't want to say loser of the day, but a big loss of the day. She missed the move, and she is the one basically having to ride solo with two others on her wheel. And, yeah, that gap just went up so fast, Brad. You basically had 2 against 1. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm so excited to see who's coming down to the line. You know, again, talking about Ruth races with so much heart and passion. And Kristen is just on fire this year, and she's had a great spring. And just missed out on the TT for the Olympic selection. So this is going to be a lot of racing here right now. Here we go.
Live pictures back out on course, and we are seeing a solo Kristen Faulkner. Looks like the separation was made while we were in break there, and not sure what has happened to Ruth Edwards here.
I just think a product of that climb. We were talking, you know, a lot of the head, shoulders rocking, head hanging. And that is a telltale sign of a bit of a struggle. And again, there's only so much heart she can race with and get away with. And Kristen Faulkner is just such a strong rider. And Kristen's gone solo.
Now back with Edwards. This is a significant gap. So Edwards giving up a lot of time very quickly to Kristen Faulkner up the road. Sorry we missed the move. We wish we could have seen where that came from, but the outcome will be the same here, as Faulkner now inside of 5 miles on her way down in. A struggling Ruth Edwards behind her. And then last time we saw 3rd, 4th, 5th place, they were all together with Lebecki, Stevens, and De Crescenzo.
Kristen getting a time gap right there. I'm guessing that is to Ruth. So yeah, like you're saying, significant gap.
Now all Faulkner has to do is keep this one steady.
That's all she has to do.
Yeah, it's easy.
This is such a good ride for Kristen Faulkner right now, riding her way to a national championship jersey, something she hasn't had yet, something she definitely wants in the bank for herself and for her results. So this is going to be a nice addition to her quiver. Take that back to the EF Education Cannondale team, a point of pride.
Originally out of Homer, Alaska, a Harvard graduate with a computer sciences degree. And now finding her way to Charleston, West Virginia. She's looking to earn herself a Stars and Stripes jersey. This will be the second one of the weekend for the EF Cannondale team. We saw Corinne Lebecki win for them on Friday night in the Criterium, and now Faulkner looking to get a win for them on Sunday afternoon, sorry. I'm wondering if Edwards needs to worry about what's behind her, if she's going to have second place locked in here. I guess it depends on
how spectacular the unraveling was on the climb.
That is definitely a thought, is, you know, once first place is gone up the road, essentially you want to solidify second place. So knowing what that gap was at the start of the Wirtz Road climb, I would think that she basically, you kind of have to tell yourself, one, you have to console yourself to, okay, I got to let first go and know that I'm not going to be at that top step. So then second, you just have to fight and know that you can at least keep that second step and that they're not going to come up and come from behind to grab you and take over the full podium. So yes, Ruth will definitely push on as best she can, kind of keeping one eye on the behind her.
Faulkner staying arrow here, getting down and low. You see those 90-degree elbows off the hoods. Let's see if we can see what she's seeing on the board. 35 seconds. Man, she blew Edwards apart. A dominant performance today for Kristen Faulkner. Hanging in there for every selection, forcing it with her teammates, using those other EF Cannondale riders where she needed to. They had a plan, they executed, and now it's paying off.
Wow. So powerful.
Just hit another gear there. Get a little more power out of this thing.
Kristen Faulkner is about to punch her ticket to World Championships this year by winning this national championship here today. I think we're going to see a lot of good results from Kristen Faulkner in the coming years. This is just the beginning of her upswing. She's had a stellar year this year. Happy racer. So strong. I know she would have liked to have had Wednesday's race, missing by 0.2 of a second.
Surely that's got to be on her mind as she goes back into time trial mode here. This is going to feel eerily similar to her Wednesday effort in the ITT. But really, Faulkner can probably start enjoying this one pretty soon, because she is now on to the closing circuits. We're also watching on the other cameras Ruth Edwards a little further back. She is still alone. And looking good to lock into second. Then we'll see the sprint for third come across the line too. That's going to be a good one to see how that one played out with Stevens, Lebecki, and DeCrescenzo back in that group. Kristen Faulkner down to her last few corners before EF Cannondale will add another Stars and Stripes jersey to their weekend. Just 3 more turns between Kristen Faulkner and the finish line.
And this will be a victory ride in for Kristen Faulkner. She's got this one locked up. Doesn't need to worry about Edwards behind her. And hopefully she can enjoy these last 500 meters and take it all in today.
Yeah, I would think Carmen Small is in her ear right now saying, hey, just play it safe through these last couple of corners, and now you get to enjoy the ride. Enjoy all the hard work that you've done today and that the team has done.
The last left turn onto the finishing stretch. Kristen Faulkner now has the finish line in sight, and she can smell the Stars and Stripes jersey. A perfect ride today for EF Education Cannondale as they get Kristen Faulkner exactly where she wants to be, and then Faulkner seals the deal. She will be your 2024 United States Professional Road National Champion.
Relief, elation. That's a win for the whole team. We should be getting a view of, there we go, there's Ruth Edwards coming in.
And all the credit in the world to this ride today. Edwards had a great run out there. Going to have a silver medal to show for it. It was just that last climb.
What a ride today for Ruth Edwards. Fought all the way to the end. Little wave consolation. Her team there to grab her.
She can be proud of that ride.
Yes.
Now Faulkner gets the embrace. How quickly does a win like this set in, Lauren? I mean, was she thinking about it already on the run-up?
Yeah.
There's been you think about this in the hotel before, like
months before. I mean, yes, I think Kristen was more geared towards the time trial, but consolation is definitely the road race, and it's something you've been planning for, prepping for, and when you're prepping for it, you're dreaming about it and you're thinking about it, and you usually the night before nationals you cannot sleep because you're like, what if? There's always a possibility if it goes right or wrong. So yeah, this is something that's been on the whole peloton. You know, anything's possible when you're all on the start line together. So yeah, now it's almost a sigh of relief that it's over. It's good to see Ruth smiling here. Alan Lim being in her her staff help out with fueling. Both live in Boulder. Again, Ruth just kind of wears her heart on her sleeve, her emotions just right there on her face. You can see, like, again, that feeling of this race is over, and that was really, really hard.
She did her best, and she can be proud of that. Of course, the season continues. It's not over yet. They still got a lot of racing to go this year, so a lot of these riders will be back on a plane to Europe over the next week or so. Might get a little time back at home. There's Carmen Small congratulating her rider.
See if we don't get to see the sprint for third real soon.
And we're keeping an eye on it for them to make their way in, because we still got a bronze medal to award.
I see the photographer starting to move. That may mean that got someone on the way in. I'm going to guess that group started playing some pretty serious games, having 1 and 2 away. They definitely let off the pace on that climb, and probably on the way in too. They're probably looking at each other out there right now, so they're not in a hurry to get here. See if we can grab a word with Kristen Faulkner, get her in with us after our final riders roll in, and she gets a chance to cool down and debrief with the team. Got to say, though, I did appreciate Corinne Lebecki on Friday coming straight here, still soaking wet, still had the helmet on. She really made an effort to get to us. And
we appreciate that.
we owe her a thank you for that. There we go. Stevens, Lebecki.
You brought Corinne to the line.
Yeah, that's your own mistake. DeCrescenzo at the back. Lebecki going to open it up the right side. Going to go Lebecki, Stevens, DeCrescenzo.
All right.
That'll be a bronze medal for Corinne Lebecki. 1 and 3 for EF Cannondale.
Wow. I called it all day. I knew Corinne was going to be there at the end.
That's right. You never doubted her.
Lauren Stevens is going to be gutted after today. That was, I know she was, you know, like you're saying, this is something that she's been looking towards all year. And she had her teammates up there. She had the game plan. Just came up a little bit short. Hugs all around with Corinne and Kristen.
Really speaks to the breadth of skill for Corinne Lebecki as well, to be able to ride the hills like that but still sprint the way that she does.
Wow.
And the teammates of Lauren Stevens deserve some credit as well. That's the Niska team all over the front. We saw Chloe Patrick early, Allison Marugel, big worker up at the front of the group. But all in support of Lauren Stevens.
And Nicole Steinmetz should be pretty happy. She's also coming away with the jersey today. U23 jersey.
So Steinmetz must have just been on the back of that group of 3. I think this is going to be Franz rolling in. She's looking to see if she's going to get jumped in the sprint. Yeah, they're going to go at it. Every place matters here at the National Championships.
Heck yeah.
I think Franz going to get it. Taking one of the VBR riders to the line. Not sure if that was Quinones or others. Top 10 still finishing up here.
Anna Dravosky coming back in. Great ride for Orion today.
What are gooder sunglasses? 6 sunnies for fixie skidders, $25 sunglasses for your $10,000 road bike, vibrant dirt shields for single-track cyclocross adventures, gnarly no-bounce frames for the MTB trails. Basically, gooder sunglasses kid out your face.
Team and a river in the middle. Take me to my hometown. My hometown is your hometown. It's got a gold dome and a beacon on the middle.
At CAMC, our focus has always been on building better healthcare for you. Our new Center for Learning and Research combines cutting-edge technology with hands-on experience for physicians, nurses, and other caregivers. Using specially designed simulation rooms and robotics with expert instruction, our learners expand their expertise. Because you deserve the most advanced care possible, now and in the years to come. Welcome to the future of medicine.
And it really came down to 2 riders off the front, Lauren, after a selection and then another selection and then a third selection and then down to 2. It really came down to that last climb of the day, being joined in the booth now by Ruth Edwards, second place on the day. Ruth, take us through that group of 2. When you first made that selection, when did you realize that that was going to be the one that went? When did you realize that you were in the winning move of the day?
I think by the time we had maybe 2 minutes, I was a little hopeful we could stay away. I think anything can happen, and Siemens was still climbing super strong, so you never knew what could happen on that last climb. But yeah, I think I was just pretty cross-eyed. I'm trying to remember a little bit what happened now, and I'm like, wait, how did we get to the finish line? Sometimes you're just going so hard, you lose a little memory of what happened.
That's exactly what we were talking about. I said, Ruth, you race with your heart, and if anybody knows how to dig deep and just like give everything, and then even more, it's you. I mean, we saw your shoulders were rocking, the head was dropping, but if anybody could persevere through that, it was going to be you. Can you talk us a little bit through the 2 of you were off for the last lap, and then you hit the Works Road climb one last time together. Were you trying to set a pace or just trying to hang on Kristen's wheel? How did that play out?
Yeah, I anticipated that she would attack on that climb, of course, so I was just trying to not be in my head as much as possible and just try and suffer even more when she goes, and she stood up to go, and I stood up to try and follow her, and my body was like, yeah, this is, you'd used this effort already once today, and good luck trying to do it again. And at that point, I knew I just needed to still hold a really steady pace to try and make it to the finish line, which ended up being a much bigger gap than I expected, but just tried to really, again, hold a good pace because you never know what could happen, and yeah, okay, in a dream world, maybe I could have caught her, but again, you don't know what happens. Can happen in bike racing, so you just keep suffering as much as you can in each moment and go forward, and I just tried to do that today.
Even though you got the time gap and it was a minute 50, even then you were still concerned about them coming from behind.
Yeah, like anything can happen. You don't cross the line until you cross the line.
That's exactly right.
So I try not to ever count my chickens before they've hatched. Is that the same?
Yeah.
Ruth, talk about what this means for you at Nationals. How is this race different from the rest of your season, and how will this kind of set the tone for the rest of your season this year?
Yeah, unfortunately, we really don't race in the U.S. anymore, so one huge thing that's different about this race from any other race is that it's in the U.S. While it's still a bit of a trek from Colorado where I live, it's nice that the travel isn't quite so long, and I have some of my best friends here, including Lauren Hull next to me, so it's really special to have that, and just to have a good race here is always important. It feels good to connect with U.S. fans and family, and then head to Europe with a bit of that like end of springtime confidence from a good race at nationals.
So what is next? You go home for a little bit and then you go back to Europe, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I live at altitude, which is a nice benefit for me, but I get to stay home and be at altitude training camp at the same time and snuggle with my dog. And yeah, then I'll go back over for some stage racing. We've got a big stage race season this year back over in Europe with the Giro and the Women's Tour.
Great.
All right. Well, congratulations on a second place, and we certainly hope that you'll get to enjoy it a little bit today, hopefully back with your people and some folks that you haven't had the chance to see. So, Ruth, congratulations. Second place, your silver medalist today. A great ride out there on the roads of Charleston, but let's see if we can bring in our race winner, as we've got Kristen Faulkner joining us in the booth now.
Wow.
Thank you.
Kristen, let us be the first to say congratulations, although I know you've been mobbed out there by the group. Take us through your final lap. When you realized you were away with Ruth, did you know you had it then, or when did it finally solidify for you?
Yeah, I felt pretty confident because I knew on the climbs I could have a really good attack on that last climb. It pitches up right at the end, and it's kind of a 1 to 2 minute power effort, which has really been my strength this year. So I know I had a really good shot, and I knew I didn't want to take her to the line because she's got a pretty good kick, and I haven't sprinted in a really long time. So I was like, as long as I don't take her to the line, we're good. And I had a few moments where I thought would be good to attack, and that was kind of my ideal moment, was at the top of that last climb. And then if that didn't work, I figured maybe at the base, when there's a lot of speed, I could jump her. So, but she was really great to have out there with me. It was really nice not to have to do that alone. And yeah, she's a super strong rider, and worked well with me. So,
Kristen, have you been keying in on national championships for the majority of the spring, or is this just another race in the schedule?
To be honest, I try to take things one race at a time.
Yeah.
Even when we were preparing for the time trial, I was like, don't talk to me about the road race, Like, I do one race at a time, and I really try to focus on it. So, maybe in the big picture, I knew that I was coming to nationals this year, and but it wasn't something that I really honed in on or really focused on until a few days ago, in the sense that, my goal is the next race always. At every race, my goal is the next race.
When you and Corinne, the group was really small and you were talking a lot. Can you tell us a little bit about what y'all were talking about?
Yeah, well, we really wanted to make sure that the climbs were hard enough, to create a selection. But we wanted to make sure we kept Corinne in there as long as possible, because she has a really good sprint. If anyone saw the crit the other day, she's the fastest sprinter in America. And she's really good. So it's always better when you have numbers. And, Siniska had 2 people as well in that selection. So we wanted to make sure that we kept 2 people as long as possible. So, she was telling me to find a good moment at some point in the last 2 laps. And, we wanted to keep the pace high, but not too high.
Were you keying off of Lauren Stevens at all? Like you said, they kind of had numbers for the majority of the race, and she had her Siniska riders doing a lot of work for her.
Yep.
So were you playing off of her, or were you just solely focused on when you wanted to go and how you wanted to attack?
No, I was definitely tuned into the other riders. I knew that for someone like Lauren, she probably wanted to attack at some point and push the pace on the final climb, or on the steep parts of the climbs. And that's exactly what she did. She pushed the pace on the steep part of the climbs. So I knew that as long as I stayed in her wheel, I'd be able to go with her if she went. And then when we were on the flats, I wanted to make sure just to keep an eye on her, because she has attacked from flat sections before when the pace is low. I raced with her at Pan Ams, and that's how she won, and it's also how she won nationals one year. So she's got a good kind of sneaky attack, and it was important for me to keep an eye on that.
How exciting is it to go back to your team now with the national championship jersey?
Yeah, we're an American team, and to have the American jersey is really special. I've never had it before. I've never, I kind of like the pink, but I have to, if there's one thing better than pink, then it's probably the Stars and Stripes. Yeah. So, I like this jersey, but I think I'll like the next one more.
It's such a unique thing for American riders. What have you missed most about racing here in the U.S. coming back? I know you don't get to race as much in the U.S. Is there anything that you missed that you really look forward to getting back, that you've been able to enjoy coming back for nationals?
Yeah, it's nice to see all the American riders, so close together. Actually, there was one race in Europe recently where there were like 6 of us lined up next to each other at the start line, and that was really special. Nice. To look around and see all the top American riders, right next to each other at the start line. And so that was really nice. And, I started out on an American team, and to be back on an American team racing with other strong American riders, it just makes me feel really at home, and it feels a little full circle, coming back here, and also the crowds, but also like American food. Like I bought barbecue.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. That's what I was looking for,
honestly,
Kristen.
Whenever I come back to America, I'm like, I'm gonna have barbecue. I'm gonna go to Trader Joe's. I'm gonna have some pumpkin spice latte in the fall. So there's always like, there's things you miss when you're in Europe, and here you come home and there's bits of West Virginia that make you feel at home.
If you could have anything right now, what are you craving? Like, what's your?
I just took a bite of Dem Two Brothers barbecue right before I got on air, and it's fresh in my stomach. Good. So I'm gonna go back to that.
Nice.
All right, well, we know where to find you tonight, partying at Dem Two Brothers Barbecue here in Charleston. Congratulations. What's next for you? How long are you here? When do you go back? What do the next few weeks of your life look like?
Yeah, I have a whirlwind departure. I fly out tonight at 5:50, go back to Europe, and then I head to a track camp in Belgium for the Team Pursuit Olympic selection camp, and I'll be doing that for 2 to 3 weeks. And then after that, I do Tour de Suisse, and then hopefully back to Colorado for another Team Pursuit camp.
Holy cow, we can't wait to watch all of this unfold.
It's going to be a busy few weeks. Kristen Faulkner, your new national champion. Congratulations. You'll have a Stars and Stripes jersey coming your way.
Yeah.
And we'll see you on the podium here shortly. Kristen Faulkner, our 2024 USA Cycling Pro Road national champion, as we wrap up an incredible